and welcome to this, our 117th live stream, celebrating 10,000 subscribers. In case you didn't know, this channel has just, in the last few days, reached its 10,000th subscriber mark. And that's a really, really important milestone for any channel. Channels in YouTube take a long time normally to achieve a high subscriber count. Now, only 1.8% of all YouTube channels ever make it to 10,000 subscribers. So this is a big deal. And so for this live stream, we are going to be celebrating that event. Of course, we're still going to take your questions as normal, but we got a little bit of extra stuff too to throw into the mix. So with that said, we're going to start off with some non-super chats like we always do. Again, the rules are the same as always, which is super chats have priority. Again, this should come as no surprise to anyone who's been on YouTube for any length of time. If you want to ask a super chat, a non-super chat, we ask that you put a Q and a colon in front of the question so that I know it's directed to me. I also ask that you post the question only once. If I detect any sort of duplication of questions, I'll shut it right down. So, and finally, if it has to do with a verse in the Bible, a passage in the Bible, or a word in a foreign language, we ask that you give us a little context. In the case of something in the Bible, we need the book, the chapter, and the verse. In the case of a foreign language, we ask that you may give us what language you think it's in, and what you think the word means, just to sort of help us narrow things down. So with that said, let's get into questions. Oh, I should ask one more thing, which is, I need to add a picture here, that to celebrate this 10,000 subscribers, we have a new t-shirt that we just made live. Put that up here. And if you are a Patreon supporter or a member, you already saw this design. So this is the design that has gone live. The Sound Fox 10,000 subscriber t-shirt. Well, we got some other things too, like stickers and I think some other merch too. But it's not limited to t-shirts, but it was mainly designed as a t-shirt design. So the Sound Foxes have finally arrived on merch. And again, we have to thank our wonderful subscribers for actually creating this lore. Both Faye of the Duat and the Camelopard both participated in the invention of the Sound Foxes. So shout out to them. They're some of the best subscribers we could have ever hoped for. People who contribute to the lore and just make this thing look fun. So, anyway, yeah, okay, Mask of Shia, yeah, it does look like a poster, but it's also a t-shirt design too. I mean, a lot of t-shirts designs are designed like posters. So, that said, let's start getting into the questions. Take that down. There we go. And our first question of the night comes from Bonbon. Thoughts on Julian Cooper's theory that an Egyptian rendering of the name Sinai has been identified in itinerary texts from the 11th dynasty, which supports the traditional location of Mount Sinai in Jebel Musa. Okay, now I got a little bit of display here. I happen to have Julian Cooper's book. Okay, Toponymy on the Periphery, and I actually did a book review of his book for Chicago University Press. And I'll say this thing is thick. It's basically his PhD thesis that was published. And how do I say this? This is not easy reading, but it is a murder weapon. I mean, you could kill someone with this thing. I mean, it's really heavy. So I wouldn't recommend that, by the way. But um, if you want to know a lot of stuff about Egyptian place names outside of Egypt, it is an invaluable resource. So when Julian Cooper says he thinks he's located the Mount Sinai at the traditional site, oh yeah, I take that seriously. He's a very, very thorough scholar. Very thorough scholar. By the way, that book is super expensive. The only reason I gotta have a copy was because I did a book review of it. I mean, that's like a $300 book. So, but if you're doing stuff like place names and toponymy, yeah, you want a resource like that. Cool resource, great author. Highly recommend the book. So I haven't looked at his particular analysis here on the name of Mount Sinai here. Okay? But yeah, $300 book. Oof. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, you might get it used for like 250 if you're lucky. If it's still in print. If it's not in print, oh boy. Yeah, then it's going to double in price. Because books in the ancient Near East, you know, as soon as they get out of print, they just skyrocket in price. So you're usually best off buying it new or buying it at a conference. Okay? That's one of the dirty secrets of academia is a lot of people go to conferences just to get books on sale. And sometimes up to 40% off. So that's why people go to conferences, is to get books cheap. So with that said, if he says that this is the case, I would have to take that case really seriously, even though I have not examined it yet. So, but then again, too, I also support the traditional location, or at least somewhere near there, for Mount Sinai. I think Jebel Musa is a reasonable site for the real Mount Sinai. It's much more reasonable than Jebel Alaz. I mean, Jebel Alaz is just so far out in left field, it isn't even funny. Jebel Alaz is not a serious contender for Mount Sinai. Jebel Musa is. And that's sort of the difference between the two. Now, if he manages to identify it and narrow it down to Jebel Musa or one of the nearby mountains, fine. I'm totally happy with that. So anyway, I want to thank you very much for that question. It's a good question, and I'm glad you brought up that really great author, too. Okay, the next non-super chat here is from Let Me Explain, Followers of the Shepherd. And he asks, were papyri expensive around the time of Jesus? Oh, yes. There's actually, it's very interesting that papyri, and not just papyri, but parchment too, was very, very expensive at the time of Jesus. Now, that didn't prevent people from saving up their shekels and buying papyri and parchment with biblical text on it. For many people, that was their only getting a piece of the Bible as a reading copy. We have to remember at the time of Jesus that the Roman Empire was a highly literate society. A high number of people had learned to read at this point. And it seems to be that in Judea, that tendency of, say, Roman literacy also was embraced by the local population. One of the things that, one of my theories and keep in mind this is a theory, it's not proven, okay, it's a speculation, is that I think Qumran was a papyrus factory, or a script, a text factory. Now we do see these in the Middle Ages, essentially where a shop gets a text, makes dozens of copies of it, and then sells and distributes them. I think Qumran served a very, very similar function in ancient Israel, which is that they basically took these various biblical texts, made copies of them, and distributed them. And what we have in, say, these, say, the caves at Qumran were basically their Geniza. Basically, the texts that weren't quite perfect and couldn't be sold because they were flawed in some way. So they basically stored these texts in these caves, not for preservation, but just to dispose of them in a righteous way. So that's my theory of what went on at Qumran. Again, nobody else holds that theory as far as I know. It's just my theory, but I think a lot more people in Palestine were literate at the time of Jesus, and thus there was demand for these texts. And we know Christ could read because he took a text from the synagogue and he read it. We know that a lot of people at that time were literate because we're told that in the various documents of the Roman era. The whole idea that the mass of the population was literate was just is terribly unnuanced. It's kind of social Darwinism, as my Paul Thompson asks, any evidence to back up your literacy theory? Oh yeah, absolutely. We find there's a lot of literacy that transcends social classes. In fact, our last Monday video was on this topic. We find that in the grand scope of society at, even say early on during the Bronze and early Iron Age, we have miners that were literate. We have craftsmen that were literate. We have draftsmen that were literate. We have scribes that were literate. We have military men that were literate. We have leaders and rulers that were literate. Princes and diplomats were literate. The whole idea that the vast majority of people in the ancient world were illiterate is not quite correct. So, if you've got laborers in certain fields like mining being literate, okay, we got to really reconsider this whole literacy thing. So, there's actually a fair amount of evidence for literacy. Now, it's not the same in all periods of time. For example, in the Bronze Age, you're going to get less literacy than you are in, say, during the Roman period. In the case of the Roman period, you had public libraries. Slaves could read in the Roman period. In fact, that's how the whole literacy trend in Rome got its start. Was the Greek slave that Pompey owned taught Pompey how to read. So now you have this really esteemed general, one of the members of the triumvirate, who could read Greek literature, and it suddenly became fashionable for everyone to read. So we have to really consider the time period of when literacy takes place. We have to look at what are the social trends and the currents of the time. We have to look at basically who is reading and why are they reading. Profession does play a large part of it. Social trends play a large part of it. So, there's a lot of evidence that suggests that literacy was, and I'll say this too, all you have to do is start reading the early church fathers. Okay? Start reading the early church fathers. These were people who were writing in the Christians. These were not people of high status. These are Christians, slaves, outcasts, and yet they're producing highly literate writing output. Highly literate. In fact, if you gave, say, Irenaeus to some high school student today, they'd struggle. They couldn't manage it. It's a high literate form that is inculcated through years of reading. Yeah, I think that wasn't that Jordan Peterson who said that, or I don't remember. There was somebody who basically used to play this game in airports, where he would talk to somebody, and he could figure out within 5 minutes whether or not they were a reader by their vocabulary. Reading expands the mind. Yeah, basically, he would say, you read books a lot, don't you? And he would basically blow their minds that, yeah, okay, you can figure out whether someone is a reader or not. Yeah, and Paul says, Thompson says here, Clement does make a good letter to the Corinthians. Absolutely. Absolutely. Because, this is a literate culture. They're reading things that, we wouldn't even dream of reading today. They're reading Seneca. They're reading Plotinus. They are reading Sophocles and Euripides. They're reading the Iliad. They're reading all this literature. Some of it is basically, histories. Maybe they might be reading Suetonius. There's a huge wealth of literature that they've got at their fingertips because of these public libraries. And interestingly enough, recent archaeological technology, basically, for example, at Pompeii, the city, not the person, has discovered these charred scrolls that they can now examine by X-ray, and they can they're starting to get a good idea now the range of literature that was available, even say in a provincial town like Pompeii. It's pretty extensive. So we have to really engage the idea that at the time of, say, Jesus Christ, yeah, they had those facilities because the Romans set them up everywhere as part of their institutions. So anyway, thank you very much for the question, and thank you very much for the follow-up questions. Very much appreciated. And we'll go on now to the next non-super chat. Okay, Talitha Kum asks, what would the Israelites in Egypt have referred to their place of captivity as, Kemet or Misraim? Okay, interesting question. It depends what language they're talking in. If they're talking in a Semitic dialect, or say an Amoritic dialect, which is probably what they were speaking at Avaris, they probably would have said Misraim. On the other hand, if they were speaking in Egyptian, this is going to be the rub of this, they probably would have referred to the place of their captivity as Tawi, the two lands. Kemet was not really a term that Egyptians used to talk about Egypt. This is more of a term that's used in modern Kemetic groups. So while technically it could have been used, it very rarely was used. You find very few examples of this in Egyptian literature. Almost always, Egyptians refer to Egypt as Tawi, the two lands. Okay, so and this comes out of basically the Egyptian hierarchy of how they considered Egypt's place in the world. And that's because Egyptians had, when they used conjugated their nouns, they had a singular, a dual, and a plural. So the way they kind of conceived the world is you had the Ta, which is the land you're living on. Okay? Then you had Tawi, the two lands. That's Upper and Lower Egypt, the two kingdoms. And then you had the Ta'u, which is lands in the multiple. That's the world. So they had these sort of concentric circles of geography as they spoke this. The closest thing you're going to get is sort of, I'll put it in the post here. I'm going to transliterate it, and then I'm going to phoneticize it, okay? The transliteration is T, and then it is so like that. So the first part is the transliteration, and then that's sort of how it's pronounced at the end there. So, three is a silent consonant. So the three, and it's technically we call it an aleph. It's the vulture. It's the vulture. And with the vulture, it's essentially a silent consonant that takes the sound of a vowel. So it's not a vowel, it's a consonant, but it takes the sound of a vowel. Okay? So that's what the sort of three represents. It's not really a three. It's kind of more of an Arabic aleph. So, anyway, I hope that helped. It's a great question. It's a great question. Because you do hear Kemetic groups talk today about ancient Kemet and how they would talk about Kemet. No, the ancient Egyptians never talked about Kemet. Or very rarely. Very rarely. The only exception is they would talk about the Kem, which is the Black Land. The Black Land, the strip of agricultural land. But all of Egypt itself would not be called Kemet. Only that strip of black land that's really close to the Nile. You had the Kem, you had the Kemet, and then you had the Deshret. And the Deshret is on the outside of the Black Land. That's where your desert is. Paul Thompson is the Arabic silent. I don't know if the Arabic is silent. This is just used as convention. This is scholastic convention. It was derived by Egyptologists years ago. So I can't say what the Arabic actually is in this, because I don't speak Arabic. I can read a little Arabic, but I can't actually speak it. So anyway, Talitha, thank you very much for that really great question. I hope that helped, and very much appreciated. Okay, now we're on to the super chats. Our first super chat is Mr. Rich B.O.B. for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. How do I carefully wean people of scientific miracles in the Bible, like Divide by 7 work of Ivan Panin? Ooh, tricky question. Boy. Yeah, that's a problem. Okay. Let's take a step back here, and just to give everyone sort of an idea of what's going on here, talk about the Divide by 7 work of Ivan Panin. Basically, Panin was a Russian immigrant in the late 19th century, early 20th century, that became a Christian because he saw the pattern of 7 repeated throughout the Bible. Now, the problem with his work is it requires some assumptions that are very anachronistic. Like, for example, he assumes the Hebrew numerals, basically every letter represents a numeral, would add up the numerals of those words and then look at them and say, okay, these words are divisible by 7. And because he saw a pattern here, he decided, okay, this text has supernatural power or magic there. But there's problems with this, okay? And he would not only see that, but he also see this with the aggregates of words. So say the number of times 70 occurs or 7-fold. There's factual errors with a lot of his work. There's also the problem, too, that Hebrew numerals were not in use at the time that those texts were written. So the authors never intended to do this. But that is a problem. So what you have here is a kind of Gnosticism. You have kind of secret knowledge here. So he's essentially saying, okay, the Bible is God's word because it has all these hidden patterns underneath it. And of course, the problem here is that it subverts the message. It doesn't actually prove that these texts are divinely inspired. All it proves is that you can see a pattern in it. And people have this incredible capacity to see patterns. It's kind of pareidolia. You know, you look up in the clouds and you see a puppy. And that's because the human mind sees patterns very, very easily. Yeah, Pablo Marquez nails it. It's just like Kabbalah and the Bible codes. Yeah, it's exactly what it is. And the church father, Irenaeus, you know, he called this stuff out. He basically said, you know, this is not how you're supposed to read the text. You're supposed to read the text for its message, not some secret code to prove something underneath it. So it's basically an abuse of the text. So that's what's going on with Ivan Panin. Now, how do we wean people off of this? That's an entirely different question. And in some ways, it's the more difficult question. Yeah, you can disprove this. You know, it didn't take me very long to fact check. For example, he claims that, you know, 70 occurs 56, you know, 7 times 8. Yeah, it didn't take me long to figure out that there was some errors in that. And a lot of it's going to even depend on what text you're using. So, yeah, there's going to be huge issues in text criticism here and basically how he's getting his counts. So, you know, there's some real problems with just the fact checking of it, just the fact checking of his hypothesis. So we don't ever want to use this as a basis for faith. It's woolly thinking. It's simplistic thinking. It's better to look at the message and judge the message, not how the message is delivered. I'll take that. Yeah, absolutely. Darkblade says, isn't looking for secret codes inherently eisegetical? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's reading what you want into the text. And even if there was such coincidence, it doesn't prove divine inspiration. It's just you've found a coincidence. So, yeah, there are some deep, deep problems with this. Um, okay. And I'm going to ask the question here, and we're going to grab that as soon as it comes up. But there it is. Why is it eisegetical? Okay. Here's why it's eisegetical. Because you're finding coincidence in the text that's not related to its message, not related to its authorial intent. No author from the Old Testament is counting up his consonants and saying, oh yeah, this divides by 7. That's why I'm going to use Elohim. No. No writer in the ancient Near East is doing this. That's why it's eisegetical, is you are reading something that is not intended to be there by the original author. It's just a coincidence. Even if it works out factually, which it doesn't in many cases, in many opponents' cases. So that's why it's eisegetical. You are reading a meaning that's not there. You're reading a meaning into it. Like, for example, so let's say you find a word that if you add up the consonants, just happens to equal, say, 7 times 8 is 56. Okay. So, all right. What does that mean? You've got a number that's equal to 56. So what? What about the numbers that don't equal to 56? Or the words that don't equal to 56? You're selecting out certain words that add up to certain numbers, but it's not true across the board. Like, for example, the word temple doesn't equal a multiple of 7. No, it just doesn't. So you're going to have Zeobeo, Paul losing hours trying to calculate the checksums in his private correspondences. Yeah, nobody writes this way. Come on. Really. No, it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. It's just, it's eisegetical and it's Gnosticism. This is what the Gnostics would used to do. That's what the Bible codes are. It's essentially divination through checksums. Oh yeah. I mean, I checked some of his facts, quote facts, and he was wrong on the counts. So, okay, this is going to be an issue. Now, of course, Pannon is writing in the day and age when he didn't have a computer to just look it up. He was doing counts by hand. He's going to get some of the stuff wrong. I mean, he was a brilliant mathematician, but go sifting through a text takes a little more work. So, I mean, this is a distinctly un-Judeo-Christian practice, essentially. It's a Gnostic practice. So, anyway, thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helped. All right. Second super chat is also from Mr. Rich B.O.B. for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he asks, do we know what Egyptian tents were like? Absolutely. The poetry and prose of the Kaddish inscriptions are inconsistent. How can you tell what really happened? All right. Let's take the first one first. We do know what Egyptian tents were like. The reason why is because we have examples that have survived. And this is really, really cool. One of the examples that has survived was from the tomb of Hetep the mother of King Khufu. So this is a beautiful example of a 4th dynasty tent. And it's essentially a wooden frame with 4 poles, and the tent draping would go over it. We also have examples of this from, say, the boats of Khufu, where on the boats there was actually a tent that was stuck on top of the boat. Again, 4 poles with a canopy over it. So we do know what these tents looked like. Very interesting, and it really helps to have surviving examples. In fact, every sort of sacred bark had a tent over it. It seems to be something that's very, very peculiar to, say, sacred shrines, that you would have the box in the center and then a tent around it. So we've got lots of pictorial examples of this. So totally cool. Now, your second question. The poetry and prose of the Kadesh inscriptions are inconsistent. How can you tell what really happened? Okay. Common sense. Now, where they differ is in some ways the sequence of events. For example, there's one Kadesh inscription that basically says that Ramses II was saved by the infantry division of Seth, the army of Seth. Now, the army of Seth did not have a chariot division. It was entirely an infantry division. They were about half a day behind. And they catch up to the king, and they basically save the day. So you got that. But then again, too, you also have Ramses II saying that all his army fled and abandoned him, and he was alone to fight off the Hittites all by himself. No one was there to help him. Which appears more likely? Really? Come on. So, in many respects, we have to understand that these Kalash inscriptions are basically done as basically offerings to the gods. So, Ramses is giving his offering to the various deities that he's worshiping through his victory, or at least not his failure, and how bravely he fought. So there is going to be some hyperbole here for the sake of him appeasing his gods. So there's going to be inconsistencies between the accounts just for religious purposes. So that's kind of how we can tell what's going on here. Is there lionizing of Ramses for the sake of basically his offerings? So just basically compare the accounts and then let your common sense take over. Yeah, okay. You can pretty much guarantee that Ramses was not completely abandoned all by himself, because basically the Hittites would have annihilated him if he was all alone. So that's how you can kind of figure it out. Just good old-fashioned common sense. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay, the next one here is from 501 Mobies for $10. Thank you for the super chat. If Jephthah and Samson were such bad judges, why are they lauded in Hebrews 11:32-34? Well, let's take a look at the text and then get into it. Hebrews. And we'll start here. Actually, going to start at verse 1. Bible? Okay. All right. Hebrews 11:1. Now faith is the assurance of things hoped for, the conviction of things not seen. For by it Men of old gained approval. By faith, we understand that the worlds were not prepared by the word, or were prepared by the word of God, so that what is seen was not made out of things which are visible. By faith, Abel offered to God a better sacrifice than Cain, through which he obtained the testimony that he was righteous. God testifying about his gifts, and through faith, though he is dead, still speaks. Okay, go down. We'll just drop down here to 32 to 34. And what more shall I say? For the time will fail me if I tell of Gideon, Barak, Samson, Jephthah, of David and Samuel and the prophets, who by faith conquered kingdoms, performed acts of righteousness, obtained promises, shut the mouth of lions, quenched the mouth of power of fire, escaped the edge of the sword, from weakness were made strong, became mighty in war, and put armies to flight. All right. So that's the text. Now, one of the things we have to understand here is the author of Hebrews is not saying Samson and Jephthah were good guys. It's not what he's saying. What he is saying is that they exercised act of faith. It's the acts of faith that are being put on display here, not the life of the person itself. So we have to sort of understand that there is a difference between the two, and we can figure this out just from verse 1 here. Okay? Verse 1, now faith is the assurance of things hoped for, the convictions of things not seen. Okay, so he defines faith. And then verse 2, for by it, men of old gained approval. So it's really underlining the acts of faith. Because frankly, some of these guys were real scumbags. I mean, Jephthah was a scumbag. Samson was certainly a scumbag. David is not too hot either. So, it's not giving a blanket stamp of approval to everything these guys did. That's not the point of this passage. The point of this passage is to say, okay, by faith, these men were approved. Not in their entirety, but they had achieved acts of righteousness. And because of that, by your faith, you can be righteous too. Again, a commuted faith, but a faith nonetheless. So basically, because you trust in, say, Jesus Christ, you can gain Christ's righteousness. But it does start with an act of faith. And that's how righteousness is achieved. Not by works, but by faith. And the faith becomes manifest in works. But it's not the works that save. It's the faith. So that's what Hebrews 11 is trying to explain here. Again, it's not giving tacit approval for everything these guys did, because some of them were real scoundrels. But it is saying that there is acts of faith that they did that were approved. It hasn't come up yet. Still waiting for an update here, but there we go. Mr. Rich B.O.B. Samson served as a professional bad example, so the bar to entry is set real low for us. Though your sins be like scarlet, he shall wipe them clean like snow. Exactly. Yeah. Talbot slave. So this righteousness applies to scumbags also? I should hope so. I mean, frankly, if scumbags can't be saved by Christ's righteousness, yikes. Yeah, we're all in trouble. You know, here's one of the things I think is very interesting. Like you see the life of Paul, and how he progresses in his epistles. And he starts off basically, early on in his sort of career as an apostle, basically calling himself a super apostle. In the very last epistles he writes, he goes, "I am the worst of sinners." Okay, there's a man who understands the gravity of his sin. There's a man that understands the gravity of his sin. The fact is, every one of us in our own way is the worst of sinners. One of the things I really, really have appreciated as I've grown in maturity in Christ is you get more and more dissatisfied with your spiritual progress and then end up leaning more and more upon Jesus Christ. You understand the goodness doesn't come from you. It comes from Him. It's all Him. Righteousness is His. We're nothing but worthless servants. We're nothing but worthless servants. So yeah, this righteousness applies to scumbags because we're scumbags too. That's the long and the short of it. Is we are scumbags. We are sick. As the scriptures say, we are incurably sick in need of a savior. Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, righteousness can be applied to scumbags. And we all need it. Because we've all fallen short of the glory of God. So that's sort of the truth of the matter. But yeah, absolutely. And praise God for it. Praise God that righteousness does apply to us. Because if it didn't, we would be lost. All right. So Zeobeo comments. Someone once described the New Testament that first are the Gospels that give the nice message of everyone can be saved, even the worst. And then you flip the page, and there he is, Paul, the worst saved. Yeah, in kind of a nutshell, yeah. So, yeah, we are all in need of a savior. Because we're all that bad. We're all that. We are all in darkness. God saves us. God saves us from our sins. We can't do it on our own. We're helpless to save ourselves. Without the divine grace of God being manifest and reaching down to us, we are hopeless. That is the divine miracle of Christianity. Is God cared enough to reach down and save us. Not our own righteousness. Oh, yeah, I don't know that story all that well. So if you want to put that in the chat, that'd be fine. I just don't know that one very well. So I don't want to relate that. So anyway, thank you very much for that super chat. Very much appreciated. Yeah, that's why, even though they were bad judges, they demonstrated acts of faith. Okay, the next super chat here is from Fulvinson for 199. Thank you for the super chat. Are you an expert of the Stone, Silver, Iron ages? My expertise is actually in the Bronze Age, so that's where I'm strongest. Is in Bronze Age literature and culture. But I do know about the Stone and the Iron Age as well, because that's sort of sort of dovetails with it. But anyway, you know, I don't pride myself as an expert in those areas per se. As I said, my real focus is always in the Bronze Age. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. I just got a very generous super chat from Slade Neighbors. Thank you very much for that super chat for $600. Thank you so much. Very, very much appreciated. Very, very generous. And he says, congrats on 10,000. Well, thank you so very much. Very much appreciated. And thank you so much for your support of this channel. We couldn't do this without you. We are so appreciative of your generosity to us. It helps us get the message out. We are so, so grateful. Okay, the next super chat here from Jonathan for $9.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Full time. Well, we're getting closer thanks to our supporters like Slade Neighbors and Jack Ray, who have been very, very generous to us. And even every super chatter here helps us get closer to full time. And boy, we would love to do that. It would mean better videos, more content. It would mean writing books again and peer-reviewed articles. So we would really love to do this full time. And we are getting closer. I think we're up to now, I think we're close to like 40% of our goal that we need to go full time. So basically what we have to do is we have to have, we are currently hitting a level of support where we could probably go full time, but support tends to vary month to month. So we sort of need kind of a fund to sort of a buffer fund in case things don't go so well a certain month. People get laid off or unemployed and things happen. Okay, we get it. So we want to make sure we have that buffer of so we don't, as the biblical saying goes, the wise man calculates the cost before building a tower, lest his neighbors look in and laugh at him. Okay? So we want to make sure that we have the resources that should things go economically take a downturn for some reason, I know it's pretty inconceivable, but you never know when a pandemic might just hit an entire nation. Not that that's ever happened, and whole society shuts down. Why don't you move to a cheaper country and city? Oh, that would be lovely. Absolutely lovely. Canada's an expensive place. Okay, it's an expensive place. It's not so easy to move. It sounds easy. We have considered moving to another area, but we also want to make sure that we have moved to an area that has sufficient internet. It also takes money to move. Moving's not cheap. Moving will cost you several $1,000s. If you rent like us, you're going to have have a down payment on your next apartment. You're going to have basically a small bankroll to set up again in a new city. So moving to a cheaper country or city is not as easy as all that. So, a lot of countries will let you visit. Very few will let you stay unless you have like a job there. And a lot of countries don't like self-employed people. Now, there's some that are much more open to this than others. But again, it's finding the facilities we need to, and sort of the resources to do that. Like, for example, we have considered moving, say, to Eastern Canada, where it is a lot cheaper. But then again, we do run the problem of, say, less consistent internet out there. So, and Japonis Kanrafe. Dr. Falk, you might consider doing something like a primer video course on ancient Egypt history for purchase for people who want to catch up on these kinds of discussions but lack knowledge. We have considered that. I know a few people who've tried this, and it didn't actually end up earning them much money. Maybe somebody like me might be able to do a little better at this than my friends did, but for what they put into it, they got less out of that than if they had taught at a community college. So, like someplace like maybe Great Courses might maybe be better at this, marketing this, but there's also a lot of competition from dilettantes too, who don't really know what they're doing, but can market themselves a lot better. So you got to weigh all these things, and you got to ask yourself: is this going to get you any sort of return? Renzo Flute says, "En Japonis Conrafe." At once he has about 50k subs, that would be best. Yeah, actually, once you have like 50k subs, doing a course is a lot easier. You have to have a critical mass of people. I get asked sometimes, why don't you do tours of Egypt? Organize a tour and then take a lot of subscribers with you. Okay. The problem is, when we tried this as a smaller channel, when I think we had something like 1,300 subs, it just didn't get any people signing on. So you do need a certain amount of people to do it. Slade Neighbor said, Spokane, Washington. The problem with the United States is immigration. I would need a sponsor, essentially, to immigrate to the United States. Now, I'd love this. I am married to a U.S. citizen, but she is physically disabled and cannot work. So I don't have income outside of my own resources to move to Spokane. I'd love to move to Spokane. My wife and I would both kill to move to Spokane. We love Spokane anyway. I mean, just love it. Love it. But it's the immigration issue here that's the problem with the United States. And that's just, again, we have everything we need, but we don't have a sponsor. So that's the problem with immigrating to the United States. If I had a sponsor, I'd apply for a green card. As soon as we get the green card, we'd probably cross and start our life in the United States. But again, it's logistics. That's the problem. That's a great suggestion, and I love that suggestion. That's it. I'd go to Spokane in a heartbeat. Heartbeat. Okay. So anyway, we leave off on how do we get down this rabbit trail? Okay. Okay, I don't even know how. But anyway, thank you for those questions. We really appreciate it. So anyway, that's sort of the road path we're on. Is we are making progress, positive progress towards going full time. We're just not there yet. Okay, Jonathan, his super chat for $9.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. He says, I saw a short where you mentioned the pyramids being a problem for young Earth creationism, American biblical chronologists' view of the global flood. Can you explain that and why their defenses fail? Okay. The reason is because they're reading Genesis 5 and 11 like you would read a Western chronology, a Western genealogy. And it's not a Western genealogy. but they're reading it that way. So they're taking it in a very wooden, literal kind of way. So anyway, when they calculate the date of the flood, they calculate it to 2050 BC. Now, the problem with that date is it happens to be smack dab in the middle of King Khufu constructing the Great Pyramid of Giza. I'm pretty sure those laborers didn't have their water wings on as they built that pyramid. Just saying. This is a huge problem for American young earth creationism and American biblical chronology. Now, there's been several defenses of this. They know this is a problem. And they know this is a serious problem. And they don't like to talk about it. On the one hand, some of them realize that the chronology is pretty darn solid at this point, and they're not going to get around it. So you have got some guys like, for example, Kent Hovind, basically saying that the Great Pyramid of Khufu is the first pyramid and everything else is a copy. Well, that's just factually incorrect. That's just factually incorrect. The Pyramid of Khufu was not the first. It was the result of 300 years of pyramid building leading up to it. So that's one defense that fails. Another defense is that they stored up all the building supplies before the flood, and then the flood came, they were in the ark, and then they came back and started building it after. Yeah, the flood destroyed the entire earth, but your cache of bricks survived. That also doesn't seem very feasible. A third strategy is to do a revision of the timeline. Basically, historical revisionism. This is where you get guys like Corville and Velikovsky, who basically try to say that, well, all the dynasties of Egypt overlap. So you can compress the history of Egypt down by hundreds and hundreds of years. That also fails too, because then you have, say, competing dynasties who were ruling from the same cities at the same time, having the same bureaucracies, fighting wars with each other out of sequence. It's a mess. It's just a complete and total mess. Lingo Samuel reminds me of Roll. Yes, very much so. Very, very much so. In fact, Roll got a lot of his ideas from Corville. Then you got one other, say, defense. Oh, what's it now? I had it in my brain. Oh, gee. I was just thinking about this as I was speaking here. Yeah, there's a fourth defense that they sometimes use too, but I can't remember it right now. I had it off the. I was thinking of it just a moment ago, and I mean it's not any better, but yeah, the overlapping dynasty theory really is terrible. I mean, it's a terrible theory. There's just it's a really difficult problem for them to get out of. It is. It's a really, really difficult. Oh, here's the other one. Here's the fourth defense, which is that they don't use the Masoretic numbers, but they'll use the Masoretic text numbers, but the Septuagint numbers, which pushes it back 1,000 years. That's not any better. And the reason why it's not any better is because while that moves the flood from the building of the Great Pyramid, it puts it right smack in the middle of the Nagata II civilization. So you're basically having to say, okay, you've got the Nagata II civilization, it's destroyed by a flood, and then it just promptly resumes right as if nothing happened right after. So those are the 4 tacks they have typically taken regarding this problem. All of them fail. None of them are any good. And really just, it stems from a really poor reading of Genesis 5 and 11. Not understanding those texts and what they're trying to communicate and how they're trying to communicate it. So it's really, they're in a hermeneutical trap. They've basically hemmed themselves in basically with this literalist reading of Genesis 5 and 11. A Western literalist reading. I mean, it's not even a literalist reading according to its context. It's a literalist reading according to American context. So they've painted themselves into a corner and they can't get out. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. So they've basically used this hermeneutic to, as I said, to paint themselves in a corner, and when evidence comes along that refutes it, they're stuck. They're really stuck. This is why, if you ever bring up the question with them these days, it's just like, oh, let's talk about something else. Let's talk about dinosaurs. But what about the pyramids? Well, let's talk about the genetics of human beings. Let's talk about the pyramids. I'd rather talk about the flood. Let's talk about the pyramids. Let's talk about the glaciation of North America. No, I really want to talk about pyramids. Oh, look at the time. Gotta go. Nice talking to you. See you later. Yeah, they can't handle pyramids. They just can't handle the topic. And not without really twisting things. And, it's sort of sad and pathetic. But, that's where they are. They're so committed to that particular date and that particular reading of the text that it doesn't matter what the rest of the text says. They'll just barrel on through. So, I do try to talk to them from time to time. I am on relatively good terms with Answers in Genesis. I've talked to them sometimes about this. And, it's not an easy problem for them to circumvent. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat, Jonathan. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay, the next super chat is from Mr. Rich B.O.B. for $1.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Isaiah 7:14. Is it has conceived or shall conceived? Ooh, very interesting question. Let's pull up our Bible. Now, we're actually going to do this in the Hebrew. And we're just going to try to trace it through in the Hebrew. Just because... I'll translate as we go here. So, 7:14. Because it's not clear. And yet it is. So, let's get up the Hebrew. Okay. Lakain, therefore, Yetain Adonai hu Laken. So, therefore, the Lord, he will give you a sign. Okay, so there's that future tense. So we got something here. This is Yeten, which is basically he will give. So that's in the imperfect third person masculine singular. So he will give. So we know this is a future thing right here. So this is a future thing. And then it's Hene, behold. basically a pregnant woman. So, ha, alma, harach. So, a pregnant woman. Okay? So, it doesn't say here, there's no verb there. There's no verb there. So, the implication is that she will conceive. But the text itself doesn't actually say will conceive or shall conceive because it's not a verb. It's an adjective. Adjective. So, the sign is a pregnant woman. And she will beget a son. Okay? But it's a kal. Okay? So, it's getting its reading. It's in the sort of the perfect tense. So it's already like a completed action. It's a completed action. But because the preceding verb is a future tense, we tend to read that as a future tense. So she will beget a son. Well, the word ha'amal, are you translating that as if virgin or a maiden? Here's the problem with that verb. It's vague, and we're talking here about semantic range. Now, one of the things about Hebrew that we always have to keep in mind when we read Hebrew is you've got a huge semantic range for just about every word. Every word has multiple meanings. Can this mean virgin? Yes. Can it mean maiden? Yes. Context will tell us which is which, and we might have to read this as an amphibole to determine what's going on. So there's a lot of things we have to consider as we read this text. So the text itself doesn't actually specify whether this is a virgin or a maiden. Okay? Now, the New Testament will clarify this. We'll translate this as Parthenos, which is a virgin. So the idea that this is a virgin is clarified by the New Testament. But the Isaiah here is not clear because it's an amphibolous text, as many prophetic texts are. So it could be maiden, it could be virgin. Either one works. And this word is used in both cases. And basically, okay, so we have kara, karat, which means, and she called him by, call his name Emmanuel. So the only sort of tense that we can go on is that the Lord will give you a sign. So that's how we have to render the rest of the text, is according to the future that is given in the initial yatan or yatain. So that's how we kind of figure out how this is translated. Nevertheless, we don't have the verb conceived in the text. Basically, what we're told is the sign is a pregnant woman, a pregnant virgin, a pregnant young lady, and she will beget a son, and his name will be Emmanuel. So anyway, I hope that helps, Mr. Rich B.O.B. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and a great question. 924. Okay. To add on, Is it shall give you a sign or is giving you a sign? Oh, that's shall. Yeah. It's the imperfect. So that's as close as you're going to get to a future tense in Hebrew. So it's not is giving. Okay. It is will give. That's as close as a translation as we will get. And frankly, as again, this is a prophetic text. So, is giving would in even if we did translate it that way, it would still sort of infer a future tense. And again, you're absolutely right that Hebrew future and present tense look very, very similar. They are very similar, and it can be very indistinct sometimes. Renzo flutes. I love that Hebrew can just change verb tenses and have no agreement, and it'd be totally okay. English brain explode like this sentence future and past. Yeah. Oh yeah. But it is a bit of a cognitive shift. But once you start seeing this in Semitic languages, you get used to it too. You just follow along with the text. Just follow along with the text. Yeah, and it also helps too to understand that verbal aspect theory. Verbal aspect theory has changed a lot of this. The idea that you don't have a present, past, or future, but you have a here and now, and then a wider scope, and then an open scope. So verbal aspect theory has changed a lot in how we view ancient languages. So that's sort of why we would look at the imperfect in this case and sort of view it as filling in the role of a future tense, even though specifically Hebrew doesn't have a future tense, but it does have an imperfect. That sort of fills in that role. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. The next super chat here is from Mr. Rich B.O.B. Thank you very much for $4.99. What does unleavened bread represent in Passover from a historical point of view? Today, some Jews believe it's saying human efforts couldn't deliver, only God's. Okay, that's a difficult question to answer because it's basically meant to represent haste. God was preparing people, the Israelite people, for the Passover, but it wasn't told when it would happen. They had to be ready to go. So when they got the word that the Passover was going to happen, it's like, okay, bake your bread right now, even if it's not leavened. Particularly if it's not leavened, make a batch of bread unleavened to show the haste of this. So that's what we get from the text, is that it's meant to represent the haste. Basically, God's getting you out of Dodge tonight or tomorrow morning. Make your preparations. Prepare your sacrificial lamb. Put the blood on the lintels. Eat the Passover bread. Because it's going to happen quickly. It's going to happen quickly, and you're not going to have time to prepare. Of course, now talking about bread, I'm now hungry for bread. I've been on keto for a while. I want bread. Okay, so that's what the unleavened bread represents, is the haste of, and they're supposed to eat the Passover with sandals on their feet and staff in their hand. So they're ready to go. So that's what the Passover bread is supposed to represent. Now, of course, over the generations, Jews did add extra meaning to the Passover bread. Like, for example, the punctures in the matzah meant to emulate the sufferings of the Israelite people. those are later additions. And frankly, too, the original Passover bread would probably have been nothing like matzah. Just to point that out. One of the things, to be very honest, the original Passover bread would have been a lot more like tortillas or naan, Indian naan. A flat bread. It would be a flat bread that wasn't fully raised. So basically, they made flat bread, smacked it against, say, the oven, and probably cooked it that way. Jack Ray's trying to tempt me with bread and pizza. It's working. Okay. So yeah, the original matzah bread would have been more like tortillas, basically. And I do recall, I said this once to a Messianic Jewish rabbi that I had, which was, I expressed to him the difficulty of getting matzah. And he said, well, that's difficult for Passover. And I said, yep, that's why we do tortillas, the other unleavened bread. He thought about it for a moment. He squinted really hard. He goes, yeah, I guess it is, isn't it? Hey, as long as your tortilla has no leavening, it's kosher for Passover. Totally kosher. So that would have been what the original Passover bread would have been more like. It would have been more like a tortilla than, say, matzah. Because matzah requires special baking conditions that they wouldn't have had in ancient Egypt. So anyway, thank you very much for that super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. It hasn't come up yet. Oh. 9:31. Okay. I'm not seeing that here. Oh, there it is. Draconius Constantinus. Who's ready for Mexican Passover at my house? Actually, that actually occurs fairly often. One of the interesting things about, say, the immigration of Jews to the New World was during World War II, Nazi Germany tried to deport a lot of Jews. No one would take them. Canada allowed 5,000 Jews to immigrate, to their shame. The United States allowed 50,000. Mexico allowed 500,000. And there still is today, a very large Jewish population in Mexico. So, Jewish Passover, a Mexican Passover, is a thing. It really is a thing. Now, I didn't know. I don't know if they celebrate Passover with tortillas, but they could if they really wanted to. So, absolutely, Mexican Passover is a thing. And there's, to this day, a very, very large Jewish community in Mexico. Very large and very active. So, there you go. Good for Mexico. So have Mexican food to celebrate Passover. Just if you're keeping kosher, don't eat the pork. Just say it. Although most of the Jews I knew when I was at the Messianic Jewish congregation did eat pork. They love their bacon. Okay. Okay, so thank you very much for that very interesting question. Okay, the next super chat here comes from a very, very generous super chat from Zeo Bayo for 110 euro. Thank you very much for that really, really generous super chat. Okay. Oh, Christian Maoist, you think bacon is overrated? I love bacon. Oh, oh. I like sausage, pork chops, bacon, uh, pulled pork. Pig is a gift to mankind. Pig is God's gift to mankind. Oh yeah. Love sausage. Mm. Okay, so to the super chat here. Hi, Dr. Falk. Yay, 10K. Well, thank you so much for celebrating with us. On to 100K. Well, according to the statistics, the projections, and we are on Social Blade. So that is pretty funny. BC. Bacon, the reasons the apostles never tried to make the Gentiles eat kosher. Oh, pulled pork sandwich. Uh last time I had a pulled pork sandwich was in Liverpool. Now, this was a funny story. This was when I was getting my PhD, and there'd be this little sort of farmer's market on the University of Liverpool campus. And there was this guy who did southern barbecue pulled pork sandwiches. And, you know, I I was hungry for a pulled pork sandwich, so I went up to his stall and I said, "Hey, I'd like a pulled pork sandwich." He goes, "Best pulled pork you've ever eaten, best barbecue you've ever had." I said, "I don't know. I've had American Southern barbecue." And he goes, "Oh, you're not gonna like this." Oh, that's really selling your product there, dude. I still took the sandwich. I mean, it wasn't horrible, but it wasn't the best either. Yeah. We probably ought to get back to the super chats here. Okay. So, pulled pork in Liverpool? Yes, it was a bit unusual, but hey, they gotta eat too. This has become the food live stream. You can blame the Passover bread on that one. All right, let's get back to the super chat here. Okay, I'm back again to ask about this. Genesis 6 says, "When mankind began to multiply on the face of the land, and the daughters were born to them," and only then connects to daughters of Adam. How is this not referring to all women in light of that? Okay, let's pull up Genesis 6. Read from the New American Standard is normal. Genesis chapter 6. Okay. Up here. Okay, we'll start again at verse 1, because that's going to set the context for all of this. Now it came about when men began to multiply on the face of the land, and daughters were born to them, that the sons of God saw that the daughters of Adam were beautiful, and they took for themselves wives whoever they chose. Okay. Now, when we look at this passage, we have to understand a few things. Sons of God is cultic language. Not every man is a son of God. Not every man is a son of God. This is cultic language that connotes a priesthood. So when you see the daughters of Adam not the daughters of men. Now, this is a bit of a translation issue here, because the text here does not say ish, which is the normal word for man. Okay? It's using a specific man, talking of a specific man, not just men in general. Because when the Hebrew text talks about men in general, it tends to use the word ish, not Adam. So this is the daughters of Adam. So what we're looking at here is a piece of text here that refers, in a sense, back to the sons of God. So you have one piece of cultic language, sons of God, and you find this all over the place in the ancient Near East, like sons of Re, sons of Ishtar, sons of Amun. You know, we see that text and we understand those texts, and we understand from the context that those are talking about priests. So we got here the sons of Elohim. So we're seeing here specifically cultic language that would normally apply to a caste of priests. So when they see that the daughters of Adam are, you know, different, okay, you know, this is not going to apply to every woman. This is going to apply to the caste of priestesses that are part of this particular cult. So we've got actually a lot of evidence here to suggest that these are not applying to all women, but a specific group of women, the daughters of Adam. And they are coupling with the sons of Adam, the sons of God. So you have one cult basically having hanky-panky with another cult. We don't exactly know what the daughters of Adam believed. They might have taken the Ditum vow, which would explain the Nephilim. They might have been an ancestor cult too. That's very likely, given its particular elevation of Adam. So we see this cultic language and we have to sort of key into it. It's got to ring bells when you see that cultic language. It's kind of like when you go through, say, Genesis 1, and it said when you encounter, well, God made man in his image and his likeness. You know, that doesn't mean much for us today. But back then, that image was a cultic image, an idol. And that likeness is a cultic likeness, an idol. That cultic language, we have to be acutely aware of it for it to resonate with us as Westerners. Otherwise, we sort of fall into that trap of reading it through Western eyes. So, what we have here in Genesis 6:2 is the use of cultic language. Sons of God, daughters of Adam. Definitely cultic language. I would basically say, okay, if it was just daughters of Ish, you know, the generic for man, yeah, absolutely. I would basically say at that point, yeah, it's probably all women. But it's not saying that. It's really, really focused upon a particular man. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for that really, really generous super chat. We really appreciate it. And great question. Yeah, it does help to learn Hebrew. It really does help to learn Hebrew. And it also helps to read the literature associated with Hebrew. Pull up his comment here. They'll be a very interesting thanks. I gotta learn Hebrew. Haha. Yeah, I mean, it helps. I mean, it really, really helps. learn the Hebrew, but also read the literature that surrounded Hebrew. You know, there's a lot of say Bronze Age literature that's contemporary with when the Israelites wrote their stuff, and you start seeing these patterns, and they're not unique. They're not unique to the Hebrew, so that makes this even more interesting. It's like, oh, hey, wait, this says sons of God here, but in this text it says sons of Ray and sons of Amun. Ah, I wonder. You haven't even read comment. You have a little narrow perspective. My producer just said here, yeah, and on the other hand, if all you did is read the King James version and nothing else, no other books, your perspective is going to be a lot narrower. And she's right. You do need to diversify your reading in order to pick up on these cues. And as I said, the more you read this stuff, the more you pick up on it. It's just like absolutely fascinating. And you don't even have to learn, say, a lot of the original languages. You can pick up some of this by reading translations. Like, for example, if you read Kelly Simpson's translations of the Egyptian documents, Egyptian literature, you'll pick up a lot of this all on your own. It's really good. Yeah, I mean, Kenneth Kitchen's Treaties, Laws, and Covenant. Going through those treaties, you pick up a lot of things that are in the scriptures. I mean, it's uncanny, but it's exposing yourself to all this extra literature, or Lawson Younger's Context to Scripture. It's now up to, I think, 4 volumes, but I mean, you start reading through that, and you're going to see all sorts of parallels between the Bible and ancient literature. As I said, really uncanny. It's really, really uncanny. I mean, it's absolutely fascinating, but it's also uncanny. And that's because none of this was done in a vacuum at all. Wow. We got 2 more really generous super chats here through PayPal. Jack Ray gave us $125. Thank you very much for the super chat. And I want to thank Slate Neighbors again for another $600. Wow. How very generous. So grateful. Thank you so very much. Okay, so yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you can learn to read Hebrew, do so. You'll find it just opens the Bible up to you. Fascinating. We just got a little closer. We just got a bit closer. So we appreciate the support, definitely. All right. 1000 Clever Boy asks, once the channel hits 50,000, maybe Dr. Falk can give some language classes. You know what? I love teaching languages. Absolutely adore teaching languages. A lot of professors don't like teaching languages because it's kind of seen as foundational work, but I love languages. Love teaching languages. I would have give my left arm to have been able to teach Hebrew and Egyptian, because I love teaching those languages. They're fascinating languages, and it's one of the best ways to say get students into it. Really is through the languages, because now you're empowering them to go deeper. So really great thing. PC full time. We're getting there. Yeah, you never know. We could see what happens. Yeah. But my producer suggested, maybe if we go full time, maybe Tuesday language class. Who knows? All right. The next super chat here is also from Zeo Bale for €22. Thank you very much for the super chat. thoughts on the ongoing UFO disclosures happening by politicians we can definitely trust? And how would you feel if aliens got on TV and said, yeah, we built the pyramids? Well, okay. If aliens got on TV and said they built the pyramids, oh, now I know that aliens lie. I'm an evidentialist. Just because aliens say they built the pyramids doesn't mean they built the pyramids. We know the sound foxes did it. See, there's the proof. It was the sound foxes. There's the pick that it happened. we actually have papyri from, say, the building of the Pyramid of Khufu, where workers talk about building the pyramid. So, that would tell me, this would tell me that these aliens are lying. So, I don't trust the aliens anyway. Especially not the Greys. You can never trust the Greys. Okay, now my thoughts on the ongoing UFO disclosures. I do think there's a real phenomenon here. Do I know what it is? No. There has been enough good sightings of UFOs to give the phenomenon some credence. Now, what do I mean by a good sighting? A lot of these sightings are done by military planes. Now, it's one thing to have eyeballs 1.0 looking at it. It's another thing to catch it on radar and catch it on infrared targeting systems. If you were able to catch something visually on radar and on infrared targeting systems, there's something out there. So, but what that something is, that is what remains to be determined. And we do have now enough sightings where we have, say, multiple sensor arrays seeing something. What that something is, I don't know. Don't know. And various proposals have been laid out. Some people said, yeah, okay, maybe it is aliens. Clifford Wilson, who wrote the book Crash Goes the Chariots, theorized that this was, say, a demonic presence. There is a basic, there is a loose correlation between UFO sightings and, say, the occult being practiced in a certain area. Well, there's a loose correlation to that. So, it's hard to say what exactly it is, because these things do seem to violate a lot of what we would consider to be laws of physics. Now, that could be just superior technology, but we don't know, and that's the point, is we don't know. We are just guessing. So, I have to say this, though. These aliens can't keep their technology in check. I mean, honestly, they fly light speed across the galaxy, and then they just get to Earth and they just crash. I mean, what sort of maintenance schedule do they have on these flying saucers? Come on. My Nissan Sentra was better maintained than that. I don't have a car anymore, but even I used to take my car in for service every few thousand miles. You'd think that they would actually do some maintenance on these flying saucers.
Jack, right?
Lowest bidder tech. Yeah, I think so. Definitely. Yeah. Oh boy. No, I mean it's just like okay. Yeah, lowest bidder tax is what they always say in the army. Now maybe the aliens had that too, you know. Danny DeMint, all the visitors we got were drunken frat aliens. Yeah, drive across the universe and crash into a tree in the Wisconsin backstreet road, farming road. Jack Ray, the Russian version of aliens, they have issues with the space equivalent of tires blowing out on a 40-mile convoy. Paul Thompson, they come in pieces.
Look for this.
Yeah. Okay. So anyway. Ah. Oh boy. Hmm?
The bottom line.
Well, we don't know. They might not. We don't know. And that's just it. We don't know. My producer said, well, maybe they know God too. Maybe, maybe not. If he's the creator of the universe, yeah, sure, but we don't know if they would know God or not. That's a supposition. So, anyway, that was fun. So anyway, Zeobeo, we just don't know what they are, but I think there's pretty good evidence to suggest there's something there. So anyway, thank you very much for that super chat. Very, very much appreciate it. Okay. I gotta go to the top here. The next super chat here is from Rorik for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. What is the reason why demigods or mortal children of deities were not present in Egyptian mythology as compared to other religions at the time? Great question. We're not exactly sure why. Now, there was something to suggest that, like, for example, kings and queens were thought to be offsprings of the gods. And in that sense, even though they had mortal parents, they were still seen as being offspring of deities. For example, the king might be seen as a son of Isis, as well as a son of Re, or some other deity, or Horus, or something like that. So, but they weren't viewed as demigods, not in the ways, for example, that the Greeks were. The demigods in Greek mythology were. So, we don't exactly know why this is different in Egyptian mythology, but it does seem to be different. Well, through most of Egyptian history, my producer asks, is it because the pharaoh was seen as a full god? Not even. See, through most of Egyptian history, pharaoh wasn't even considered a full god. He was considered to be a god in potential. He didn't become a god until he died. Through most of history. I mean, there's one small section from Amenhotep III to the end of Dynasty 20, where Pharaoh was seen as a god. But that's sort of an abnormality in Egyptian theology. Through most of Egyptian theology, the king was only a god in potential, not a god in actuality. So, one of the things that seems to be sort of predicated on this is the gods don't seem to have sexual relations with human beings. That's a big part of this. Like, for example, in Greek mythology, the Greek gods cheated on their spouses all the time. Zeus was having all sorts of illicit affairs. Okay? He had a hankering for human women. Amun-Re does not seem to have had a hankering for human women. This does not seem to be a part of Egyptian mythology. So, you didn't get the whole demigod thing. Amun-Re just, I mean, part of this comes from, say, idealism of, say, the family unit. Like, for example, take the Theban triad. It's Amun-Re, Mut, the mother goddess, and Khonsu, the moon god. Okay, the moon god is the child of Amun-Re and Mut. And that family unit is seen as the ideal for society as a whole. So, family values are baked into Egyptian religion. So Amun-Re is not going around cheating on his wife. Now, in actuality, there was a wife swap in Egyptian religion for Amun-Re. He was originally married to Amenet, and they sort of closeted her and, put her away. But later on, they really extol that family unit of Amun, Mut, and Khonsu. And that became the ideal for the Egyptian family. So those values are baked into Egyptian religion, whereas they're not baked into Greek religion. So that's going to play a huge role in this. Now, the other thing to consider, too, is the reason why Egyptian religion had to bake this in, which is because there is a, let's just say, in ancient Egypt, divorce was rampant. It wasn't in Greek society. In Greek society, divorce wasn't rampant, even though the men would cheat all the time. But in Egyptian society, women had the right to divorce, and did so frequently. So they had to bake this into Egyptian religion to try to maintain some cohesion to the family unit. So that sort of explains the cultural differences of why we find, say, demigods and the children of deities in Greek mythology, but not in Egyptian mythology. It's because they had to maintain that cohesive unit, family unit, for the betterment of society. Okay? So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Okay. Asin Weir for $1.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Any good books that counter Mormonism? Here's the thing. Apologetic literature on Mormonism has not exactly kept pace. There was a time in like the 70s and 80s where there was a lot of books being done on Mormonism. What I would recommend here is reading Walter Martin's chapter on Mormonism in Kingdom of the Cults. Now, Walter Martin was very polemical. He was also very inflammatory and used colorful language. But the information he gives, some of it is very, very good too. At least give you a very good summary. Now, I would go with one of the older editions of Kingdom of Cults. The one before it was edited by his successors. The version that's edited by his successors it was really watered down. So don't get the one that's edited by Ravi Zacharias. Definitely don't do that. But that's what I would recommend as a starting place for you is Walter Martin's Kingdom of the Cults and his chapter on Mormonism. In fact, he does a better job on Mormonism than he does in some of the other cults that's also included in that book. So anyway, that will give you a start. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. That's some weird for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Have you seen Sound of Freedom? If not, you should. Okay. I have not seen it yet. I've been kind of busy. Funny that, day job, YouTube channel. Don't have a lot of time for movies. But I've heard of very good things about it. So yeah, I'm hoping to see it. So anyway, thank you for the movie tip. I appreciate it. And yeah, it's on the to-do list. Yeah, I've heard, as I said, and my producer also says we've heard excellent things about it. So, yeah, we plan to watch it. Okay. Next super chat here is from Addison Weir for $4.99. And he wants me to say something that I'm not going to say for soundbiting reasons. So if Addison Weir wants to rob a bank, I'm not going to stop him. I might report him, but I'm not going to stop him. Apparently, Addison wants you to join him. Okay, fair enough. Okay, the next super chat here is from Johnny C for $19.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Congratulations on 10K followers, Dr. Falk. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate the kind words. Thoughts on 1 Chronicles 4:17. Does Bithiah, daughter of Pharaoh, have anything to do with Moses? Okay. Let's talk about that text. Because we got an issue with that text. Pull it up here. Alrighty. The text reads, and the sons of Ezra were Jether, Mered, Epher, and Jalon. And these are the sons of Bithiah, the daughter of Pharaoh, whom Mered took. And she conceived and bore Miriam, Shammai, Ishba, and father of Eshtimoah. All right. Now, when you read this text, and you see parentheses around a piece of text like this, you see it at the beginning here, goes to there. This means it's a scribal gloss, not part of the original text. It would have been very, very unusual in Egypt for a daughter of the king to be given to a commoner. Really unusual. It didn't happen, in fact. Very well rewarded scribes that the king wanted to bring into the family might have received a daughter of Pharaoh. But very few daughters of Pharaoh were gratuitously married off. A lot of king's daughters were married off to regional governors, viziers, high scribes who had earned the chain of honor, but commoners didn't get them. So this is in all likelihood a scribal gloss. So this probably has nothing to do with Moses. Nothing at all. And these are actually sons of the tribe of Judah. So what the scribe is trying to do here is add an explanation that gives the line of Judah some sort of royal pedigree. He's meaning it for good, but doing something kind of naughty, which is adding an explanation to the text. So, anyway, it has nothing. This has nothing to do with Moses. It's basically an explanation by a later scribe that's trying to mean well, but is adding to the inspired text. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, the next super chat here is from Addison Weir for $1.99. Please say my previous super chat verbatim. Okay. I could say this one verbatim. I'm happy to read Johnny C's again verbatim. Please give puppy eyes for $1.99. No. In Japona's Kanrafi, it's a trap. Oh yeah, it's totally a trap. But I know the word no. So, nice try, Addison. Okay. Next one here is from Eric Ziegler for $5. Thank you very much for that super chat. Hello, Dr. Falk. Why does Satan urge Judas to kill Jesus when Jesus' death clearly undermines Satan's goals? Well, that's just it. Here's something we have to understand about Satan. And this is a great question, by the way. Satan is not omniscient. He doesn't know everything. In some ways, he's as much in the dark as human beings. He is an angel, a cherubim. But he's limited. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people go around thinking that Satan is God's equal. No, that nothing can be further from the truth. Satan is a bug compared to God. Satan is nothing compared to the creator of the universe. So, my producer goes, but he so wants to be. Yeah, he does want to be. But he's not understanding, Satan is not understanding the prophecies. And frankly, most Israelites didn't understand what the prophecies meant either. You know? When Jesus Christ said to the Jews, you know, when they asked for a sign, he says, the only sign I'm going to give you is the sign of Jonah. Well, today, people still don't understand that one. And that's one of the clearest signs Jesus gives them, which is Jonah was dead in the whale for 3 days and then comes out alive. So this is Jesus saying in kind of a indirect way, yeah, I'm going to raise from the dead. But nobody clued in there, back then even, that this is what Jesus meant. So Satan is actually no more creative than that. You know, Satan can't create things. He can't imagine things in a creative manner. So he doesn't understand what those prophecies could mean. He's functioning on a different level. He's functioning on more of, say, how do I say this? An animal level, where he can see what's before him. He's got all the data around him. He's highly intelligent, but he totally lacks creativity. I think it was Albert Einstein who said creativity is better than intelligence. A lot of the ideas that researchers and inventors do is through creativity. We can connect dots because we can see the patterns, and we can be creative about how these things possibly fit together. An angel lacks that ability. They lack the ability to create. They lack the ability to understand the big picture, even though they have all the data. So when Satan is urging Judas to kill Jesus, he does not understand that he is an agent fulfilling God's will to raise the sacrifice. That Jesus is the Passover lamb. He is the sacrifice that will take away the sins of the world through his death and resurrection. Satan doesn't get that. So he doesn't know that by killing Jesus, he is sealing his doom. So anyway, that's what's going on here, is we have the limitations of an angelic power that just can't see the big picture. And he just wants to dispatch Jesus like every other opponent. And it ain't... Yeah, that's what he usually does with God's prophets. He has him killed. So in this particular case, it totally backfires. Satan does exactly what God expects him to do. But Satan doesn't know that in this particular case, Jesus is going to rise from the dead, conquer sin and death. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. I hope that explains it. It's a great, great question. All right, Addison Weir for $1.99, sponsoring Danny DeMint's non-super chat. Okay, let me 10 here. $8.09. Okay. Okay. Danny Dement, he asks, I've seen several early date proponents cite Genesis 47:11 as proof that the city of Ramses does not necessarily refer to P. Ramses, but maybe another city later renamed. Does this hold up at all? All right, let's look at the text first. It's always helpful to look at the text. Then we'll get into the issue here. Okay. The text reads, so Joseph settled his father and brothers and gave them a possession in the land of Egypt, in the best of the land of Ramses, as Pharaoh had ordered. Okay, the issue here is that this is the time of Joseph, so how can he be settling them in the land of Ramses when Ramses wasn't born yet? Okay. So they're coming up with the apologetic that, oh, well, then, you know, at the time of Joseph, it must be called the land of Ramses. Not so fast. One of the things we have to understand about the book of Genesis is it's full of retrojection. It's absolutely full of retrojection. There are several things in the book of Genesis that are retrojective. Now, if you're going to use this argument to say that, well, it had to be an earlier land of Ramses because this is the time of Joseph. Then you also have to say that Pharaoh, the title Pharaoh, is also dates to the time of Joseph because it mentions Joseph. And that doesn't follow. The fact is that Pharaoh is a retrojection because it was a term not used until the time of Tutmosis III, long after Joseph. At the same time, land of Ramses is also a retrojection because Ramses did not date until the time of Ramses II. Now, how do we know this? We've got a huge amount of literature here to fall back on. Personal documents, stela, that sort of thing. There was a guy, Egyptologist by the name of Ronca, and he wrote a book called the Persona Nomen. Basically, he takes names all across all periods of time in Egypt, and he catalogs them. So we know exactly when certain names begin to be used and when they fall out of favor. Okay? In the case of Ramses, the first attested use of Ramses in any Egyptian literature is Ramses I. So, what do we have here with the Genesis? Is we have basically Genesis being written at, say, the time of Moses, and Moses using the terminology of his day and age to, say, discuss, these things that are basically known to the Israelites. In this case, it would be the lands of Ramses. Now, here's the other thing, too. We know that the Israelites were settled in the land of Goshen. And we know where Goshen is. Goshen is the land between Avaris and Paramses. We also know that that land was part of the ancestral holdings of the Ramesside clan. And that begins around the time of the conquest of Avaris under Ahmose I. Under Ahmose I, the Ramessides get control of that land around the city of Avaris. And that's their ancestral homeland. That's their holdings. So, this doesn't hold up at all, essentially. And we, as I say, we see retrojection throughout the book of Genesis. And all that retrojection indicates that this stuff was not written at the time of Joseph. It was written during the 13th century or later BC. So probably most likely, most of it was at least the core documents in the 13th century. But it does use a lot of retrojection. So again, it's a self-defeating argument. It's essentially a self-defeating argument. Because you have to, by making this argument, you are making an ahistorical argument. You are essentially saying that, okay, because the story talks about Joseph, everything in that story has to date unanachronistically with the time of Joseph. And that's just not how texts are written. The way texts are written is that they are written contemporary with the time of its authors, not necessarily with what is contemporary in the distant past. And we do this all the time. Every culture does this. One of the things we do, like for example, we will sometimes talk about Queen Elizabeth, who served in World War II as a car mechanic. Well, she wasn't Queen Elizabeth at the time. Her father was king. She was Princess Elizabeth. but we still regard her as Queen Elizabeth. We talk about the prehistoric peoples of North America. Well, it wasn't called North America until Amerigo Vespucci. You know, so that's a retrojection. Taking what we know of the present and projecting it back so that our current reader better understands what's going on. So this just tells me that early daters don't understand the text they're reading. Yeah, Darkblade says, extreme example, dinosaurs of Britain. Absolutely. Yeah, it wasn't Britain at the time of the dinosaurs.
Because that movie.
Well, we could repopulate Britain with some dinosaurs from Jurassic Park. I think we could do that. Yeah, we could make that true. Okay, so yeah, I mean, it's just basically that they're not reading the text competently. That's what's going on here. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you, Edison Weir, for sponsoring this super chat or this non-super chat. It is a great question, but again, it comes down to this: how are we reading our texts? Are we placing burdens on the text that the original authors wouldn't have done? And in this case, it does seem to be the case. So anyway, thank you very much for the question. Very, very much appreciated. Yeah, and Japon's Konrafe. That's like the term World War One, which they coined at the beginning of World War Two. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, it was called the Great War. Yeah, the World War One was called the Great War until World War Two. It's absolutely true. We do retrojection all the time, and we do it invisibly. We do it without even knowing we're doing it. So, and writers in the ancient past did the exact same thing. Willy Wonka, Egyptian names. Okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sushi for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. It's great to see you here tonight. Hi, Dr. Falk. Are there any good recent scholarship works you'd suggest for gematria in the ancient Near East as well as ancient Near East context in the Bible? For ancient Near East context of the Bible, I would recommend Behind the Scenes of the Old Testament, edited by Walton and I think it's Greer, Jonathan Greer. Great, great sort of background primer, and it's written for an early college level too, so it's really accessible. And it's published by Baker Books. That's what I would recommend. Now for gematria, I don't know if I can help you there. You do find gematria talked about in some peer-reviewed articles. I don't think anyone has done a book on this, but there's some peer-reviewed articles that you might be able to find out there on this. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and it's great to see you here tonight. Yeah, I saw Rob pop on. Okay, JP here for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. If you were going to write a book on how to improve Sunday school, what would the table of contents be? Oh boy, that's a tough one. I mean, I can think of ways to improve Sunday school. One of the things is the essentials. I think Sunday school needs to be improved by focusing more on the essentials of the faith. Too often, Sunday school is squandered on denominational distinctives. I think one of the things that Sunday school really needs to do is focus on the essentials in increasing complexity. And what I mean by that is basically repetition is what cements learning. So you would be covering sort of the same material, but in ever complete increasing complexity. So you'd have to have a foundation there of, say, what are the essentials of the faith? And what are some of the things we want to include in this? So basically, I have a section on what to include, what content. And I wouldn't give them what to do, I'd tell them how to do it. So that would sort of be my methodology here, is basically I'd use the introduction says, this is not a textbook to tell you what to teach in your Sunday school, but how to teach it. So it's quality. And we have given this some thought. There was a time when we were considering becoming a pastor of the Sunday school of our local church. And we'd actually gone out to various Christian bookstores and got sort of the free sample packets from various Sunday school material vendors. And it was awful. It was really awful. I mean, David C. Cook was probably the worst. Surprisingly, the Catholic stuff wasn't bad. It wasn't that bad. It was a bit too doctrinaire, as I say, focused too much on doctrinal distinctions, making Catholics. It was more focused on making Catholics than making Christians. So I took kind of I took umbrage with that, because I think the purpose of Sunday school is to teach people the faith, not just to teach them your distinctions. So, so that's one of the things I would do. I would have a introductory, chapter saying, okay, here's the methodology. Here's the methodology we're going to follow, and we're going to follow this consistent. Then I would have, say, a chapter on what to cover, not specifically, but overall. You want to cover Old Testament and New Testament. You want to cover the doctrinal distinctions of the Christian faith. There's all sorts of things you want to cover without getting into specifics of church distinctiveness. And then a chapter on how to workshop this to create your own curriculum. So I think Danny Dement says, too much catechism, not enough Christ. Yeah, I think that's the problem. Now, I think you can use catechism to do this. It can be done. It's just more difficult. You can definitely use catechism to teach the faith. Okay? But I think that it's more difficult. You're going to face some struggles to do it. And again, that's okay if that's how you wanted to do it out. And again, I would have a chapter here on workshopping a Sunday school curriculum. And then how to test a Sunday school curriculum. Here's one of the things we don't ever think about in our Sunday schools is, are they effective? Are they actually effective? Universities do this by having other professors sit in your class to evaluate your work as peer, to see if what you're doing is effective teaching method. Why can't we do that in our Sunday schools? Oh, well, let's not get into that one. But we did do some when I taught some teenagers, some junior high students at a Hispanic church. Now, the Hispanic church has its own challenges, and these kids were high strung. There was some attention deficit kids in there, and there was some special needs kids. Okay. So, one of the things I taught them was Ephesians, the full armor of God. And I happen to own a chainmail and a very, very long dagger. Now, granted, the dagger wasn't really sharp, but nobody knew that. Okay, so there was some safety there. So I said, okay, would you trust your armor to protect you? The full armor of God. He said, oh yeah, we trust the full armor of God. Yeah, sure. Okay. Would you trust this armor? And I held up the chainmail against this dagger. All of a sudden they were more hesitant. Oh, more hesitant. I said, I want to volunteer. No volunteers. I picked a volunteer. And there was one girl there that was kind of an overachiever. You know, she was great student. I said, you, come on up. Okay. Put your hand in the armor. So her hand was completely covered by the chainmail. Grab the knife really tight. Really tight. And then I whipped it out. And she looked shocked for a moment. She opened the hand and she goes, that's so cool. And at that point, everyone wanted to try it. I had no lack of volunteers at that point. But they saw how effective the armor was. And that left the impression of with them that the full armor of God is also effective. Illustration to teach. Illustration to teach. Just make sure it's quality chainmail, okay? Don't cheap out on the chainmail on this one.
Danny did not say plastic Roman armor.
Yeah, don't use the plastic Roman armor. yeah, definitely do not use the plastic armor. You want to go full stainless here. Split ring or better, okay? You do not want to use, you don't even want to use butt mail on that one, okay? You know, you got to be really, really careful about that. So, let's see. We got the plastic Roman armor. Yeah, definitely don't do that. No. Oh yeah, absolutely. Making learning more interactive and fun tends to make it stick, especially with teenagers. So I guess that's another chapter I would include there is calibrating learning to an age group. Because learning modalities change over time.
Don't dumb it down. For
No. Well, don't dumb it down.
Don't give those art.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I had some problems with their Sunday school materials because they had the Noah's Ark with the giant animals in it, and you know that image is gonna stick with them. So you know what? I did 2 pictures, say a lifetime size, a scale drawing of Noah's Ark, and right beside it I drew an enlarged ark with a giraffe and an elephant sticking out, and Barney the dinosaur. And I said, okay, is this Noah's Ark? Show him realistic picture, and then goes, I don't know. I don't understand. Okay, and I'm talking to adults here. Okay, show them the one with Barney in it, and they go, oh yeah, that's Noah's Ark. Yeah, sure, I recognize that. Wait a minute, a purple dinosaur in an ark, and you recognize that as Noah's Ark? Yeah, I mean that's sort of But you're gonna have to. I mean, that is an issue too. Is how do you get traction with good curricula in a church?
But then those
A lot of elders and pastors of Sunday school, they're not wanting an improvement in the quality of Sunday school. They don't want it. They want the same sort of Sunday school they had growing up. They don't want their kids knowing more about the Bible than them. Oh, yeah, there's some embarrassing stuff there. But then again, too, it was very interesting. What's one of the most rewarding things I ever had was with that Mexican Sunday school that I taught. I was as part of this. It was part of a field ed for my Master of Divinity degree, and I had to go to a Mexican Bible study. And it's all in Spanish. I don't speak a word of Spanish. I didn't know what anyone was saying. The Sunday school, or sorry, the Bible study ends, and the Mexican, basically the Spanish speaking pastor's there, and one of the mothers is talking to him, and suddenly she turns to me and she says, "It's all his fault." When one of the mothers says that, it's going to be an uncomfortable conversation the rest of the time. And I said, "What do I do now?" She goes, "My kid is asking me all these questions about the Bible, and I don't know the answers. What do we do?" I said, "Find out the answers and give him the answers. Feed him. He's hungry." Yeah, so you can get kids engaged in the Bible and get them wanting more. You can do this. It's doable. So, I love the fact that people are thinking about this. And it needs to be happen because we're losing these kids through our Sunday schools. So anyway, I want to thank very much for that super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. So next one here is okay. One. Okay. So again, thank you, JP, for that super chat. Next super chat here is also from JP for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. What are some underappreciated lessons the Old Testament has for missiology? Oh, missiology. Okay. Now, missiology is the study of missions. There is the Old Testament is kind of a way, in some respects, how the Israelites sort of botched missiology, to be very honest. It's one of the things that the Old Testament shows is that the Israelites were supposed to be a kingdom of priests for the nations. Not a kingdom of priests for themselves, but for the nations. So, one of the things that you'll often see in the Old Testament is Israelites interacting with righteous Gentiles. People who are supposed to who end up showing the Israelites how to behave, and they're kind of not cluing into what the message is. That they're not supposed to be self-serving as priests of God, the kingdom of priests. They're supposed to be going out into the world and taking Yahweh out to them. So, yes, you have instances like, when Abraham encounters Pharaoh, who doesn't want to do an unrighteous act with Sarah. You have Uriah the Hittite, who refuses to, shirk his duty. You have the Gittites, who are hosting the Ark of the Covenant and being blessed because of it. You have the Assyrians, who repent when Jonah goes and visits, as much as Jonah wants them all dead. Yeah, he doesn't want to go. Jonah wants to. Yeah, he's definitely not a missionary. But this is what we see throughout the Old Testament, is all these righteous Gentiles who are acting the way the Israelites are supposed to be acting. So, we have to keep that in mind, that there are lessons in the Old Testament for missiology. You're just not going to see them being done by Israelites. You're going to see them being done by the righteous Gentiles. And that's going to carry over into the New Testament when the apostles take the gospel to the nations. So that's probably where you're going to find the unappreciated lessons, is in these episodes with the righteous Gentiles. Ruth the Moabite. She's a Moabite. Shouldn't be in the congregation of Israel for 10 generations. She's the great-grandmother of King David. So, yeah, that's where you're going to see these lessons for missiology, is amongst the righteous Gentiles. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Lego David for 25 Romanian. Thank you very much for the super chat. What is the connection between the Great Hidden of the Aten and Psalm 104? Did one copy the other? And if not, how do we explain the remarkable similarities? Okay, yeah, absolutely. There is actually, seems to have been some literary borrowing. This happens. Okay, this is what's called intertextuality. As literary critics often say, there's no literature without intertextuality. Unless a text is referring to other texts, it's just an island in isolation. And nobody would understand it. Nobody would care. It's a fantasy at that point. What intertextuality does is it takes a text and grounds it in the world, with the common experience of its readers, with past texts, what people are reading in the moment. So it seems clear that what's happened in the case of Psalm 104 is somebody had a copy of the Great Hymn of the Aten and said, hey, there's some really neat stuff here that applies to Yahweh. So they take that Hymn of the Aten and they basically redeem it for Yahweh worship. Psalm 104 is not worshiping Aten. It's not worshiping Aten. It's worshiping Yahweh, but using the language of the Hymn of the Aten. So that's how we explain this. It is actually interacting with that text. Now, it's not a verbatim copy, but there's a lot of similarities there. A lot of similarities. So much so that we are pretty sure that somebody took the Hymn of the Aten and interacted with that text, basically saying, hey, oh, this part here is definitely applies to Yahweh, this part probably doesn't, etc. So that's how we explain this, is this is just part of literature. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay, Christian Mouse for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Good to see you here tonight. Something like an introduction to the Torah from Egypt, of an Egyptologist like Richard E. Freeman's YouTube series, if you get 1,000 subs or paid vids. Oh, that'd be cool. That'd be cool. We were thinking about doing a Sunday school class on the Book of Numbers. Now, here's the funny thing about the Book of Numbers. When I used to run adult Sunday schools or Bible studies, we would always ask when we came to an end of the book, okay, what book are we going to study next? Okay? And they would hem and haw. No agreement. Nobody could come up, would volunteer a book. I said, okay, if you can't decide, I'll choose. And it'll be the Book of Numbers. Suddenly, someone chose a book. Instantly. It's like... At first, I thought this was really funny, okay? And then I thought to myself, actually, this is really sad. Because Numbers has great stuff in it. It's a wonderful book. It's an excellent book. It's got some treasures in it. I mean, real gold nuggets of information. I love the Book of Numbers. Book of Numbers is fantastic. So we were thinking, Numbers is a kind of a neglected book. So we were thinking of possibly doing a Bible study on just the Book of Numbers and see how that would resonate with people. So yeah, we were thinking about this. Not necessarily an introduction to the Torah, but definitely Bible studies. And we have done Bible studies and recorded them in the past. So, So anyway, thank you very much. I hope that helped, and very much appreciate the suggestion. JP for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Thoughts on Oriental Orthodoxy? Oh, that's a tough one. I mean, every denomination has its ups and downs, pluses and minuses, and Oriental Orthodoxy is no different. It has its advantages and disadvantages. It's a I have some concerns about their expanded canon, which is much larger than, say, even the Roman Catholic canon. I don't have too many thoughts about their theology. I got a few more concerns about their orthopraxis. It's got in some ways, the liabilities of Eastern Orthodoxy with sort of that added canon, expanded canon. So that's about all I can really think about as far as Oriental Orthodoxy. It is a bona fide branch of Christianity, though. I don't have any problems with anyone who wants to practice that faith tradition. So, as long as it's an Orthodox Christian sect, I mean, I have no problem with it. At least as core tenets. We can always get into, say, secondary practices and secondary beliefs and that sort of thing. And that's where sort of most of the disagreements are going to end up is in those areas. But I'm going to have those concerns with any denomination. Yeah. The problem is going to be, as my producer points out here, the problem is when people are going to take secondary issues and elevate them to salvific issues. Then there could be problems. But that's not so much a church or theological issue as it is a issue in the pews. So anyway, that's my thoughts on Oriental Orthodoxy. I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Linguist Ammo for 250. Thank you very much for the super chat. Gonna live stream Pharaoh next Friday, I think. Well, hope that works out for you. I noticed last week that IP took your interview and turned it into a short. Now he's getting a lot of love from the early daters. Yeah. Boy. that was interesting. So he's getting the sort of love I normally get from them. So I wish you well on this one. It's good to see you here tonight. Thank you for the super chat. Okay. I know where I leave off though. Take a moment for it to come up. There it is. Where I leave off. Okay. Where was that? Francis Dobbs. Okay, I see it. There it is. Okay. Francis Dobbs asks, "What's the concern with the expanded canon?" The concern with the expanded canon is it includes a lot of apocrypha. Now, I did a I don't remember which live stream it was. I did a 20-minute segment on one of the live streams at the very beginning of the live stream. I don't remember which live stream it was. On my point of view as far as the Apocrypha goes. And this is the issue. Is that a lot of the Apocrypha contains errors. And really, really serious errors. Historical errors, theological errors. Like, for example, the Book of Judith is just rife with errors, especially that first chapter. I mean, it's really pretty bad. So, so anyway, it's if you want to go back on that live stream and look at that, I don't remember which one it is, but as I said, I took 20 minutes to express what my concerns are with the Apocrypha, and that's what we're talking about here with the expanded canon is that Apocrypha. I don't believe. I think the Apocrypha is interesting. I think it's important to read because it's part of their cultural context. It helps us to understand what they're thinking because they're reading those books. But it's also not something that is sort of rises to the level of scripture. It wasn't treated as scripture by the early church. It wasn't. It comes in later on in church history. We see it officially recognized as canon in the Roman Catholic Church at the Council of Trent. Even Oriental Orthodoxy, it's quite late when they start incorporating those extra canonical books. So that's my concerns with it is that there's some real issues as far as, again, I think it's important. I think it's a wonderful thing to read. Okay, I think people should read the Apocrypha. I don't think you should be basing faith and practice on it, just because it's not of the same caliber as, say, the either the Hebrew scriptures, and that's one of the reasons why Jerome, when he translated the Latin Vulgate, he excluded the Apocrypha. So he had really good reasons for doing that, and I think we should follow after his example. So, anyway, that's my thought on the expanded canon. Thank you very much for the question. I really appreciate it. to 9:30 here. Okay. Jack Ray for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Bread for the bread fun. Bread, or pizza. Oh, get behind me, you tempter. Thou is asking me to stray from my vows. You are asking me and my pancreas to part ways. Although I am very tempted, honestly. I mean, frankly, I'm tempted to get out the griddle and start making some tortillas, honestly, but I probably won't end up doing that. But still, appreciate the super chat. But you have made me hungry for pizza. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, I think we're getting close to the end of the super chats here. Yeah, looks like we're really close to the end here, so... Yep, that's the last of the super chats. Okay, excellent. All right. Now, we got something for you. As part of this 10,000, this 10,000 subscriber live stream, one of the things that has come out of this channel that we have not expected was a bunch of memes. Okay? So, one of the things we're going to do here is we are going to talk about some of the memes on this channel. Because, frankly, this channel has been a breeding ground for memes. So, I've got 9 memes here, and we're going to go through them. Okay, let's go with the first one. We got Mr. Empty Conjecture and a cat in front of the pyramids. Okay. See what else we have. Patterns of Evidence Exodus. Wonder who that guy is. Yeah, I can just imagine that. That would win me friends and influence people, for sure. Okay, now this one. Limited research. This came out because during a live stream IP had, an early dater said that IP was Darth Vader and I was Palpatine. So, Darth Sidious. Okay, so that's the source of this meme. That I am Palpatine. Okay, and then we got this one here by Patui. Now, he's inserted my name in here, which is a text called the Papyrus Graecae Maginsia, which is basically Greek magic papyri. And it reads, um, the new, area I can barely read on my screen here. 2 times. Give me your strength, Dr. Falk. Give me your strength, for I'm really bad with computers. Say it 7 times while holding your 2 thumbs. I reply, yikes. It's been syncretized into Greek magical inscription. What next? Hex by lexicon? Then my wife replies here, my producer. If he could transfer that good aura tech into a gemstone, I'd replace my wedding ring with it. My computer loves him. I spend 3 days trying to fix the dang thing. Finally bother him. He walks up and touches it. Not fixes it, touches it. The problem is solved. Annoying as all get up, but incredibly useful as well. It is true that machines seem to like me. I don't quite understand it, but it's happened enough that it's a thing. It also made me very successful as a computer tech too. Hey, new Egyptian artifact found in 2022. This changes everything. Oh boy. I'm holding there a Hummel lamp. That was actually our first lighting solution when we first began the channel. We've come a long way since then. Very embarrassing. Okay, this was made after I talked about the bears of Elijah. I think no, it was not a bong. Now, back to the bears. I think this meme pretty much speaks for itself. Then we have, this one just came out recently, and I really like this one. Deep in the wildlands of possibility space, Mr. Empty Conjecture stumbles across his antimatter universe counterpart, Dr. Substantiated Belief. Yeah, this one's really spooky. I mean, it's just I love this so much. And this was a thumbnail that became a meme as a result of our interactions with the Mount Ebel curse amulet. So, yeah, it's still not looking good. And finally, one of the last meme we'll show for the night is this one that originally was that the other Paul adapted from my original review of the Exodus Rediscovered. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm gonna try to get composure here. So there you have it. 9 memes that sprung up as a result of this channel, Ancient Egypt and the Bible. So that was fun. Okay. So Oh, we got another super chat here. It's not come up yet. Talbot Slave, love it. Yes, we did too. So we thought that we'd do something really, really special here for tonight. And if you hadn't noticed, on our intro tonight, we also had a flying saucer, which we have reserved for very special occasions. So, okay, Josh Nichols for $9.99. Love these live streams. Well, we love doing them too. You know, this is our chance to interact with our community, to answer your questions, and to just sort of, hey, share our knowledge. So we get a real kick out of doing these. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to take some non-super chats. Yeah, we just put it up there. We got it. So let's take some non-super chats here. Okay. And Japonis Konrafe says, I need that giggle as a ringtone. They'll probably ask what's going on if you do that. You might get some strange looks. Okay. I'll take this one from Renzo Flutes. What is your view of Liberty University? Liberty University is essentially a fundamentalist university. Now, it is fully accredited. It's not a bad university, okay? But if you are going to go there to study, say, Old Testament, you are going to get a very fundamentalist point of view, which means you're going to be taught like the early Exodus date. So they're not going to give you all the options. They're going to sort of channel you down that fundamentalist way of thinking. So but you can get a quality education there. You can get a quality education there, but it's going to be with a certain perspective. So that's my thoughts on Liberty University. It's a big university. I mean, it's a big university. So, again, I don't know if Heiser was with Liberty at one point or not. He might have been. I mean, Heiser did have a fundamentalist background. So it's possible he could have done his undergrad there. I don't know, though. So anyway, thank you for that question. I hope that helped. I'm going to take some more non-super chats. Rolling up here. Lego David. Take this one here, and then we'll go back to the super chat. Is Satan omnipresent? No, he's not. It's a great question, though, because a lot of people think it is. He can simulate omnipresence, but he's not omnipresent. He's actually can only be in one place at a time. Just like any angel and any spirit. He can only be in one place at a time. Now, how do demons make up for this? The way they make up for this is they hunt in packs. So you can have one demon in one place and another, say, a group of demons in one place and another group in another place, and they can relay information between the two groups. So that's how they can sort of emulate omnipresence, but they're not omnipresent. They're only in one place at a time. So Satan is not omnipresent. He can be only in one place at a time. You know, when, say, in the book of Job, you know, God asks, where have you been? And Satan goes, walking to and fro upon the earth. Well, to ask Satan, you know, Hasatan, where have you been? Implies that he's not in multiple places. He's only in one place at a time. So anyway, thank you very much for that question, and I hope that helped. Okay. Yeah. Hmm. Okay, so I need to get the super chat here first. From BC for 20 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. Is there any evidence of the 20% tax Joseph placed on Egyptians? Congratulations on 10K. Well, thank you very much for the congratulations. We really are jazzed that we were able to do this in about 3 years. That's really an accomplishment. And it's all thanks to our subscribers. It's all thanks to our subscribers. You know, we are building here a great community, one of the best communities I've ever seen on YouTube. You know, YouTube can often develop into very toxic communities. And we have been so blessed to have some of the best one of the best communities here on YouTube. You know, so we're thrilled with how our community has just bloomed here. So it's all there. It's all them. And it's all God. All God. Okay, so your question. Is there evidence of the 20% tax Joseph placed on the Egyptians? Yes, there is. And it actually comes out of the Camosa and Akmosa steles. Okay? One of the things they say, and Camosa was the last king of Dynasty 17. Akmosa is the first king of Dynasty 18. And both of them went to war against the Hyksos. So one of the things that they complain about, one of the reasons for going to war, is the excessive taxation by the Hyksos. So the Hyksos are extracting large amounts of taxes and tribute from the Thebans. So while Camosa and Akmosa don't mention the exact amount, they do say it's really high. So we do have evidence of very, very high taxation. So, and we have extra biblical evidence for it. So yes, there is actually evidence for this. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. And I hope that answered the question. Okay. Okay. Take this bonbon question. We see in the Torah that God, blessed be He, appears in a variety of places, but we're still supposed to build sacred spaces on earth, for example, a temple. What is the purpose of it if He can be anywhere? Okay. The purpose of this is, how do you have a relationship with something sacred? Okay. One of the things about being sinful man is that we are inherently profane. To interact with a holy being, okay, a holy, sacred being, is that the environment has to be perfect, or at least as close as humanly possible. This is what's called sacred space, and there's a divide in most religions between what's sacred and what's profane. And even though God can show up anywhere, before, say, the renting of the veil, and this is in the New Testament, and I know you're not Christian, but just bear with me here. It was believed that the Shekinah glory could only subsist within the veil, within the sacred Holy of Holies. So, to interact with that holiness required the movement of priests, people who are sanctified to be holy, from profane space into sacred. And that crossing from the profane to the sacred is called liminality. Okay? So you had to perform these rituals to be clean enough to go into the temple to do your sacrifices, your atonement for sins, your grain sacrifices, your Thanksgiving sacrifices, your oath sacrifices, all those sacrifices that are demanded by the sacrificial system. Okay? So, this was the state of affairs prior to the New Testament. Now, this was believed by all Israelites prior to the New Testament. After the fall of Jerusalem in 70 AD, both you had the development of the New Testament, preceding that, but also going on after that as well. But even rabbinic Judaism had to change its theology because there was no more temple. It's only at that point that rabbinic Judaism changes its theology from saying that you could only interact with God in sacred space to you could interact with God anywhere. So, in some respects, rabbinic Judaism takes on a more Christian model after the destruction of the temple because there's no more sacred space. You would have no more relationship if you didn't do that. Okay? But this was true of most, say, Bronze Age, Iron Age cults. Didn't matter which one it was. Almost every religion of the ancient world believed that there was a hard separation between sacred space and profane space, and you could only interact with the god in sacred space. It's true in the Old Testament. It's true in Egyptian religion. It's true in Mesopotamian religion. It's true across the board of the ancient Near East. It's just something that everyone in the ancient Near East accepted up until the first century. So, anyway, that's the answer to the question. I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. And I hope that answered your question. Okay. Some more non-super chats here. Okay, got a question here from George. And he asks, do you have any recommendations for biblical Hebrew, Aramaic, and Greek grammars for autodidacts? Yes, I do. And actually, to be honest, they're the same textbooks that I would actually recommend for teaching in classes too. So you're getting 2 for 1 here. For Greek, let's start with Greek. I would recommend William Muntz's Biblical Greek. Great book. Get the one with CD. That CD will be very, very helpful for your early stages. Okay? Because it tells you how to pronounce it and gives you a leg up. It's got some tutorials on it as well. So it's a very, very so yeah, get that textbook by Muntz. And the CD in it is fantastic. Okay. Muntz lives near Spokane. Awesome. I've never actually met Muntz. For Biblical Hebrew, I would recommend Kelly's 3rd edition. Now, you could probably get away with the 2nd edition, but the 3rd edition has a lot of corrections and expanded exercises. And get the answer key too. Okay, so get both the textbook and the answer key. I still think, even though it's more of a reference grammar, it's still, in my opinion, the best grammar for Biblical Hebrew. Okay. Aramaic, I can't really recommend because I don't actually know Aramaic, so I can't give you a recommendation here. I know I have one Aramaic textbook in the house, but I haven't actually taken the time to actually go through it yet. So anyway, that's going to be my recommendations here. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. That's actually pretty funny. 1000 Clever Boy says Muntz and Dan Wallace were childhood friends. Wallace always used Muntz's book and would spend part of the class time correcting it, laugh out loud. Well, I mean, Wallace is wow. I mean, yeah, Wallace is I mean, for the advanced Greek, yeah, get Wallace. Um, incredible book too. Incredible book. He published two versions of it. He uh, published a exhaustive one and a kind of a condensed one. Um, it's hard to say which one's better. I mean, the exhaustive one is really exhaustive, but for some class situations, the condensed one's actually more practical. So, yeah, I mean, great grammarian, phenomenal grammarian. So I would highly recommend Wallace's book as your sort of your second Greek book. So anyway, thank you for that comment. It's a great comment. I'll take this one from the Bible Exegete. What should we make of the silos built in Tel Adaba and Tel El Ritaba during the early 18th dynasty? Okay. We can't make a lot of it because the silos are not sort of I mean, in the case of Tel El Daba, yeah, we've got silos there that date to the early 18th dynasty. We also have silos there for later too. So that's going to be an issue at Tel El Daba. Tel El Ritaba, now that's very interesting. The silos at Tel El Ritaba are very early in the 18th dynasty. Like they date to the time of Ahmose I, Amenhotep I. Tel El Ritaba is abandoned during the reign of Thutmose III, and then it's reoccupied during the reign of Ramses II. And we find some 19th dynasty silos there too. So we find constructions from both the 18th and 19th dynasty at Tel El Ritaba. In the case of Tel El Daba, the 19th dynasty buildings have been basically destroyed by agricultural leveling, so we don't really know what was there during Dynasty 19. We do know that mid-Dynasty 19, Tel El Daba is turned into a cemetery, essentially. Everything except for the port, which remained in operation until the end of Dynasty 20. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. Okay. I'm going to take that one. From Renzo Flutes. Okay. What is your view of tithing requirements that many churches have today? If they hold that view, shouldn't they hold to the priestly laws, i.e., not owning land, etc.? Here's my view of tithing. You should tithe. Okay. Now, basically, the book of Micah says you should tithe. The New Testament says you should tithe. The amount. Now, there's a difference between tithes and offerings. The tithe is generally what you owe God. Okay. Traditionally, a tithe, the word tithe means a tenth. Okay. Now, one of the things we have to understand about tithing in ancient Israelite times is that it also was a matter of your taxes. You paid your tithe and your tax at the same time. And the tithe was actually 12.5%. So essentially 10% went to the temple, 2.5% went to the king. And that was your taxation. So your taxes and your tithing are bundled together. I don't think tithing should be forced. The New Testament does not say how much you should be tithing, even though technically it's a tenth. But it also doesn't account for certain cultural context things, like onerous taxation. Here in Canada, if you sum up all your taxes, you're paying 55% tax. Okay? You're not going to be tithing off the gross. You'd have nothing left for rent or food or much of anything else. Okay? So it's highway robbery the way they tax here in Canada. So a tax off the gross isn't feasible, but a tithe off the net probably is perfectly workable. Okay, so, but again, the amount is up to the conscience of the person involved. And it's generally understood by most exegetes that the tithe is voluntary in the sense that it's between you and God. It should not be imposed by the church. So I would oppose, say, churches install it having a tithing requirement. Okay, because then there's no freedom there to work with God on, your relationship with him. I'm also not a huge fan, to be honest, of automatic tithing systems, because the tithing is an act of worship. If you've got automatic debit for your tithe, you're not using that as part of your worship. So I would also oppose that. I really don't think that automatic debits are a good idea for the tithe. So I think the tithe has to be integrated with worship and adoration of God himself. Giving back that small piece, that tenth or so. And then above that, your offerings and your thanksgiving to God. It's just needs to be part of worship. And it's part of the whole process of sanctification. So anyway, that's where I stand on tithing. I hope that helps. Thank you very much for that question. It's a good question, and I hope that helped. Okay, we'll probably take a few more super chats, and then we're going to call it a night. Here, a little higher. Let's see what we got. I'll take this one from Paul Thompson here. What would be a reasonable age of the Earth? What would a reasonable age of the Earth be for a creationist? Okay, now, uh, I don't get into the whole age of the Earth thing, so I'm not going to recommend an Age of the Earth, okay? But I think an Age of the Earth that's reasonable for, say, a creationist would be a young Earth creationist. Let's just stick to the young Earth here. Because every other form of creationism can go into the billions of years. But a reasonable would be somewhere around 50. You could probably defend a 70,000, 50,000, even 100 or 200,000 year old Earth as a young Earth creationist. You could probably reasonably defend that. You'd run into scientific problems, but that would be for the creationists to work out. So that's where I would basically that's what I would recommend that a young Earth creationist target. Their if they want to have sort of a cohesive form of creationism. But again, I don't get into this game generally, but that I think a young Earth creationist could probably steelman that. At least make it more difficult for those who oppose them to take that down. But again, I take no view on this. But I could easily see a 50 to 100,000 year Earth as defensible. Not easily, but still defensible. So anyway, thank you for the question. Very much appreciated. And we got another super chat here from Josh Nichols. Okay. And for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Wine versus juice for communion. Ooh. This is all going to depend upon your denominational distinctives. It really is. I have seen, for communion, I've seen wine, juice, water, Coca-Cola. And I'm not actually joking about that last one. There are some place I know in some church communions in, say, Mexico, where the water is so bad and the food contaminated that they use Coca-Cola in communion. Okay, I am not going to judge that. Okay, so now we do find sacraments are in church history have had historical substitutions. Now, we find this, for example, in the Didache for baptisms. Okay, first of all, it recommends immersions. Okay, you don't have the water, you can pour. You don't have the pouring, you can sprinkle. If you don't have clean water, you can use living water. You can use cistern water. There is a history of substitution of sacramental elements in the church. That's not even contested by church historians. So a lot of this is going to depend on your circumstances. Juice was not actually a part of communion until the 19th century. That's when pasteurization stabilized grape juice to make it juice, to keep it shelf stable. There was no grape juice prior to the 19th century. Okay? Because it fermented almost immediately because of natural yeast on the wines, on the grape skins. So we have to keep in mind that historically, juice is probably the last. Coca-Cola is the last one, but juice is a latecomer. Okay? It's going to depend on a congregation. Do you have alcoholics in your congregation? You can't serve them wine if that's the case. Does your denomination have a prohibition against alcohol? Do I agree with that? No, but it could be that your denomination has a prohibition on alcohol. You are not going to serve wine then. What about Arizona iced tea?
That may not be socially.
Whiskey.
That may not be a social good.
Now I'm giving all my community bad ideas. Well, interestingly enough, there's Renzo Flute says Christ sanctified wine, not juice. He sanctified the fruit of the vine. Okay? He sanctified the fruit of the vine, which is wine in his day and age. Okay? No question about that. Okay? Because there wasn't any juice in his day. So, there wasn't, you know, it's kind of like, well, Jesus Christ didn't drive to Jerusalem in a Honda Civic. Well, that's because there were no Honda Civics. Okay. I mean, it wasn't an issue in the early church of juice or wine because there was no juice. As I said, it amazes you how. I mean, if you ever do a little bit of brewing or winemaking, it amazes you how fast grape juice will ferment to wine. Really, really fast, like in a day, if you've got the right climate. And Israel had that right climate. You can get wine in a day. Not very strong wine. I mean, it'll take a week to get good strong wine, but yeah, it could ferment in a day, especially if it's hot, because heat activates yeast, makes it more active. So, so if juice works in the place of wine, how do you argue Coca-Cola? The reason why some congregations, as I say, in Mexico use Coca-Cola is because of the putrescence of both water and the wine. So that's the reason why. Okay. Yeah. Otherwise, you'd get people not taking any communion at all because the water's risky, and some of those denominations still don't approve of wine. So they're between a rock and a hard place. So that's they can't use the water, they won't use the wine, so that leaves you with Coca-Cola or whiskey. No, I've never seen communion use whiskey. Okay, just to be clear, I've never seen a communion use whiskey. Okay, but I have seen him use Coca-Cola. Talbot Slade asks, "Is there a Christian exemption to serving wine to children?" Now, this is going to again depend on denomination. You said in the Roman Catholicism they have to be 12. Okay, you have to have your first communion when you're 12. So in Roman Catholicism there is an age limit. In Eastern Orthodoxy, they give it to kids. So kids in Eastern Orthodoxy drink the wine, with the communion. So they will serve it often on a spoon. They'll put the bread in the goblet and then serve the bread on a spoon, wine included. So yeah, so in the case of Eastern Orthodoxy, they have no problem giving children wine. So, and there's actually no prohibition to serving wine to children in either the Old or the New Testament. In the Old Testament, kids drank a version of wine for Passover. So, if you're coming out of that sort of tradition, that's going to be part of it. No. But then again, too, one of the things they used to do too is in ancient Israel is they used wine as a form of water purification. This was an important. In Egypt, they would brew beer to purify water, but in Israel, what they did to purify water was take their river water, or well water, or cistern water, and that's nasty stuff. Cistern water is nasty. And what they would do is they would basically dilute it with wine. So they would do half wine, half water. And That way they would purify the water. So, and kids would be served that half wine, half water all the time because it's safer than drinking the water. So there was no prohibition to serving wine to children, neither to kids in the Old Testament nor in the New Testament. Now, this is not a recommendation to give your kids wine, okay? Just because it isn't prohibited doesn't mean you should go out and do it, okay? It doesn't mean it's prescribed or even recommended, okay? Just want to be clear on that. Yeah. So, but then again, too, as I said, making wine was used in water purification. So, you have to take the cultural context in regards to this as well. We have chlorine. That purifies our water. Or chloroamine purifies our water. So we don't have to worry about that today. We can drink water out of the tap with no concerns at all. So, but unfortunately, in many parts of the world, it's still a problem. Yeah. Yeah. Bible Exegete says, wine and bread in Eastern Orthodox churches. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah. And they'll give it to kids. In fact, the kids are at the front of the line. Kids get their communion first. And they're little children. I've even seen it served to babies. So, yeah. Oh. So anyway, that was an interesting question. Thank you for that question. I'll take this one here from Sociohistorian. How intensive was trade between Egypt and Nubia and other southern people? What was traded between them? Okay, in the case of Nubia, it depends when you're talking about the period. When it was a vassal state of Egypt, it was more of a take situation. They would collect tribute. But you go down a little further to Punt, which is in modern Ethiopia. And there was actually a full trading cycle. The Egyptians would make tools out of bronze. And they would trade them with the people of Punt for gold and malachite ore. And basically what the Egyptians would do was go back, use the gold, of course, but smelt that malachite ore to make more bronze, which they would then make more tools that they would go back the following year and trade with the Puntites. So it was actually a long-term trading circle between Egypt and Punt. And they not only traded for that stuff, they also got other things out of this too, which is they got exotic woods, they got spices like cassia, they got exotic animals like leopards and cheetahs, baboons. They also got incense, a lot of incense, like frankincense, myrrh. So there was a huge trading cycle here, and they would send fleets of ships to do this trading cycle. But it generally happened only once a year for Punt, but it was definitely an important part of the Egyptian economy, particularly in Dynasty 18. So, anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciate it. Okay. BC for $5 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. Have you tried sake? Thoughts? Well, I like sake. I don't drink it now that I'm on keto, but I used to really enjoy it. I even made a few batches of rice wine. So, I also made soju, which is distilled rice wine. So, there's and that was interesting. That was very interesting. But I liked sake. Um, I like the higher quality stuff that doesn't require refrigeration. But I thought it was quite nice, especially with a say a sashimi dinner. So yeah, we cannot sell it, clever boy. We would get into some serious trouble. Yeah, I can't give it away if I should I ever make it. Okay.
You came over to
So it's just one of those things that you the way the laws work here as far as that goes is the brewing laws is you're allowed to homebrew. You know, the police here don't care about homebrewing. Okay, as long as you don't serve it to anyone else. As long as you don't serve it to anyone else or sell it. So what you do in your privacy of your home here, as far as brewing, police are cool with. They don't care. But again, you don't want to sell it and you don't want to give it away. You get in trouble for that. So, uh, that's just one of those things. That's just the peculiarities of, say, the laws here in Vancouver. So anyway, thank you very much for that super chat, BC. And I actually really, really do like sake. I think it's absolutely delicious. But don't serve it for communion. Okay. See if I can take this question here. Try to go way up this time. We just got another donation from Slay Neighbors. Thank you again for that generous support for $250. Thank you very much. That moves us ever closer to doing this full time. So we really appreciate that. Thank you so very much. We'll take about one or two more questions, and then we will call it a night here. Because it is almost midnight. In fact, we'll just take one more. We'll just take one more. Okay, so I will do one last question here. Full time, full time. Oh, yes, I'd so love to do that. Now, I did see some questions earlier on here, so I'm just trying to find where I saw them. Oh, this is a good question. Historical strategy gave me 40 hours of ancient Egypt and the Bible content a week. Yeah, I mean, the content we produce takes about 30 hours a week already. So, you can kind of figure then that we are putting in a lot of hours already. So, yeah, we might do a video for our Patreons and members on basically some of the stuff we go through to produce this channel. So, what I do in a day, that sort of thing. So, we were thinking about doing this as some additional content. But yeah, it takes us a long, long time to do all this. It really is surprising. Yeah, 9 to 5 making videos. I wish.
That's actually 9 p.m. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. But okay, this is going to be the last non-super chat for the night from Pablo Marquez. Acts 23:8. How did the Sadducees not believe in angels if they are in the Torah? Well, that is interesting. So we'll bring this up. Okay, so let's go to bring up Acts 23. Bring up the Bible here. Okay. For the Sadducees say that, this verse 8, for the Sadducees says that there is no resurrection, nor an angel, nor spirit, but the Pharisees acknowledge them all. Okay. And this is actually correct. Now, there are a couple of things we have to understand about sort of the differences here between the Pharisees and the Sadducees. Sadducees are the Levites that are involved in the temple cult. Okay? So everything they do rotates around the temple. Now, the Pharisees believe in the Old Testament canon that basically is the same as the Protestant Old Testament canon we have today. Okay, so they hold to the 39 books, the 39 books of the Old Testament. Okay, the Sadducees only hold to Torah. So Sadducees do not accept as scripture the prophets, the writings. So they don't accept First and Second Kings. They don't accept Chronicles. They don't accept Ezra, Nehemiah. They don't accept Isaiah, Ezekiel. So that is going to shape their worldview. And the fact is, here's the thing with Torah. Torah is really, really focused on how you live your life on earth. It doesn't really talk a whole lot about the afterlife. A lot of that extra information comes from, say, the prophets and the writings. This is what we call, so essentially, the Pharisees believe in the Tanakh, and the Tanakh is just an abbreviation. Torah, Nevi'im, which is the prophets, and the Ketuvim, the writings. So the Sadducees believe in Torah, the Pharisees believe in the Tanakh. So that is going to distort your worldview if you exclude all of those writings. That's what the Sadducees did, is they only accepted Torah. So, because the Torah is focused on adherence of the ritual law, and they didn't really pay a lot of attention to certain aspects, such as the cherubim in the book of Genesis. That was just not something that they were in many respects materialists. Okay, and that you have to sort of understand too that the Sadducees got a lot of their influence through their practice. So they're not practicing prayer. prayer was sort of one of these weird practices in the first century. It was one of those weird practices that very few people did. It had been practiced during their time in Babylon, but then when they came back to Israel, they sort of forgot the practice. The practice went to the wayside. So they're not practicing prayer. They're doing the ritual law, so they're doing the sacrifices. They're believing in Torah, but not Tanakh. And they're coming out of this with almost a materialistic view. So essentially, once you're dead, you're gone. You're gone. You don't exist anymore. There's no resurrection of the dead. There's no afterlife. There's no spirits. Basically, the mention of the cherubim is in Genesis is allegorical. So they have a really materialistic point of view. And yet they claim to be holders of Torah. So that's going to really taint how they sort of view the world. And of course, as soon as the temple was destroyed, Sadducees have no place in Jewish society anymore. When the temple was destroyed in 70 AD, there was no need for them. And the sect died like that. It died out in one generation because they were redundant. It was not necessary for them anymore. And really what became modern Judaism branched out of, say, the Pharisees. So there's, and I'll take that follow-up question in a moment here. So that's sort of their point of view on this, is they're pure materialists. But again, it comes out of what they're reading, and how they're reading it, and how they're practicing it. Okay, I'll take this follow-up from Slade Neighbors here, or Talbot Slade. What about the angels that meet various historical figures in the Pentateuch? All of them are allegory? To the Sadducees, yes. Very much so. Because what's the point of a spirit? There's no afterlife. So it's sort of they got a belief, and they're putting the horse before the cart before the horse. So rather than getting their understanding directly out of the Torah, they've got an understanding of the world and how that works, and they're importing it into the text. And they already were familiar with the concept of allegory. Okay? It had already been a part of, say, Platonic philosophy for a long time at this point. And a lot of the Sadducees were Platonists. A lot of them were Platonists. And some of them were even Aristotelians. So Sadducees read Greek. They read a lot of Greek philosophy. So they're taking a lot of these concepts from Greek philosophy and importing them into their reading of Torah. So, yeah, it's this is what happens when, again, you are taking your concept of how to read things and reading them into the text. And the Sadducees did this. Very much so. The Pharisees did this to some extent too, but to a lesser extent. So that's, I hope, answers that question of, they didn't see those angelic manifestations like for Balaam and his donkey as literal figures. We have to kind of understand that even back then, the default way of reading these texts was not necessarily literal. And the Sadducees were certainly doing this. So anyway. Danny Dement. Progressive rabbis shaking my head. But they were part of this. I mean, think of it this way. They're part of the big institution. They're in charge of the temple. That's the big institution. So think of this kind of like your Harvard Divinity School. big liberal institution. They're interested in preserving their way of life, not necessarily finding the truth in the scriptures. So yeah, I mean, Sadducees had every vested interest in keeping the status quo. And that status quo included their materialist beliefs. So, anyway, that's going to be the final non-super chat of the night. It's a little after midnight now, and I think we're going to call it at this point. Yeah, it's... my producer read that as progressive rabbits. BC comments here. So these guys are the ancestors of the progressive academic rot we have today. Oh yeah. You could call them the proto-academics. Yeah. Yeah. Very, very much so. The proto-liberal academics. Yeah. That would not be an unfair comparison. Okay. So anyway, with that said, we are going to call it a night here. Oh, I also want to give a shout out to Sentinel Apologetics, who joined us here tonight as well. I didn't get a chance to comment on his non-super chats. I forgot. Sorry about that. But I did want to give him a shout out as well. I want to thank everyone who joined us tonight. This was a great, great live stream. We got a chance to celebrate 10,000 subscribers. We got to share some memes from the past and a few cool stories too. I want to thank our super chatters and our donors who have been really generous with us today. We want to thank you guys so much. You help keep us advancing towards that being able to do this full time. We really, really appreciate the help and the support. So we want to thank you so very much. We also want to thank our Patreon supporters and our members, YouTube members. You two also help us to support this channel through your donations and support. We do very, very much appreciate it, and we hope that the extra content meets with your favor. And finally, we want to thank our regular subscribers who watch these videos, who watch these live streams, who leave comments and hit the like button. Without you guys, YouTube wouldn't distribute these videos, and we know that they look at that algorithm very, very closely. So, so tell a friend. Yeah, absolutely. Tell a friend about this channel. It would really help. So anyway, I want to thank you all for joining us tonight. This was just a complete blast. Fantastic live stream. And I'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.